Good morning, colleagues, Senate and Central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The 36th Legislature Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing for Thursday, November 13th, 2025 is hereby called to order. Today, I extend well wishes and a speedy recovery to all who were impacted by the passage of Hurricane Melissa throughout our region. It made landfall in Jamaica as a Category 5 storm. Even before landfall in Jamaica and Cuba, the territorial and torrential rains impacted Hispaniola. We in the Virgin Islands and the region understand destruction of hurricanes and the process and the road to recovery. As recovery begins, Jamaicans, nationals all over our nation and right here locally in the Virgin Islands have begun efforts to make Jamaica whole again. On Tuesday, November 11th, we observed Veterans Day. To all who have served in our armed forces, we say thank you for your honorable service to our country at home and abroad. Notably, November is Veterans and Military Family Month. I want to say a big shout out to my big brother, Carl Joseph, who is a veteran, and also another family member, my cousin Bestie from St. Croix, Barbara Willock, for also serving valiantly to protect our freedom, and others for protecting our freedom here in the United States, as well as peacekeeping missions throughout. Today, we also want to recognize the sacrifices of the families that go along with veterans who serve. And we continue to ask them to hold fast, stay firm, and focus in their service to our country. November is National Family Caregivers Appreciation Month. To the men and women, family members, friends, and those who provide the invaluable service as caregivers, we say thank you. Caregivers provide personal care for the health and welfare of those in need of assistance, especially for our senior population. Caregiving is about compassion and companionship for those who are not fully able to care for themselves. In the case of the family member being caregivers, do offer your support as you are able to lighten the task that can be demanding, as there is a lot involved in caring for a senior loved one. This month is also National Child Safety and Protection Month. It emphasizes that child safety goes beyond sickness and prevention. It promotes protection against accidents and injuries. So we definitely want to hold up our children and assure that they are safe, whether they are at home or they are traveling in our vehicles. Now, this month is also Thanksgiving Day, and I know all of us here have a lot to be thankful for. And as Thanksgiving approaches, it's going to be in 2 weeks. It's a time to offer our gratitude and pray and share a meal with loved ones and friends and our neighbors. During this Thanksgiving season, remember those in need during Thanksgiving. Donate food or time to organizations, churches, and community groups that feed the homeless and help individuals and family in need. In looking at the continued U.S. federal government shutdown, we have over tens of thousands of recipients that receive benefits under the U.S. Federal Supplemental Nutrition Program. This body acted proactively and appropriated $2.77 million several weeks ago before it really struck us hard here. And I really commend the leadership I commend the governor for us both on the legislative and the executive branch working in tandem to assure that none of those persons in our community remain hunger and remain without food. And I also want to really thank a lot of the churches and organizations that have stepped up to provide food and the like. And I'm hopeful that we will see an end to it soon, and that we will be able to say that this too was something we experienced and we overcome. I have a motto, and my motto is, people help people and God helps us all. Be a blessing and give and support those organizations that help others. And may God bless us all. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.
Present.
Senator Bocas Jr. present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Gittens present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Here.
Senator Joseph Sr. present. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Present.
Senator Lewis present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 members present, 2 members absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I do know that Senator Milton Potter, the president, is out of the territory. Even though we haven't received an official letter, we could presume that he's not going to be here because he's out of the territory for this duration. And you should and can mark him as excused. Kindly give us a tally again.
Madam Chair, you have 5 members present, 1 member absent, and 1 member excused.
Thank you so much. We do have a quorum, and of course, the Senate President is out of the territory on official business. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading Block 1 of today's agenda into the record.
Please be advised that the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a hearing for Thursday, November 13th, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Opley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. The purpose of the hearing is to receive testimonies from the governor's nominees and to consider the following legislative measures. Block 1, the Honorable Venetia H. Velazquez, Governor nominee, Judge, Superior Court, Division of St. Croix. Miss Melanie L. Turnbull, Esquire, Governor's nominee, Judge, Virgin Islands, Superior Court, Family Division, District of St. Thomas and St. John. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 1 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I do know we have the 2 nominees for the Superior Court position, Judge of the Superior Court. And before we proceed with swearing you in as the practice for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, I also want to recognize in the legislative conference room, the Fritz West Legislative Conference Room, the President of the Virgin Islands Bar Association, Attorney Russell Pate, and welcome everyone to the proceedings today. Today is really a major day. We have 2 nominees before us for Judge of the Superior Court. We also have an executive member of the executive branch, a commissioner of tourism before us today, and then we have a nominee for the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board, and we have 5 bills on the agenda. And I did mention earlier in my opening remarks about the caregivers and this being Caregivers Month, we do have a legislation to consider today and vote on regarding caregivers and to shore up and to assure that we are supporting our caregivers in a legal way and to assure that they are giving the necessary support when they are working. With all that being said, Madam Clerk, you had another correspondence that you just received.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed with reading that into the record.
A letter dated November 13, 2025, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, 36th Legislature, Chair of Rules and Judiciary. Greetings, Senator Joseph. Please note for the records that I will be tardy to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing scheduled for 10 a.m. on Thursday, November 13, 2025, in the Irby Alley Legislative Hall. Due to a previously scheduled appointment, I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the correspondence.
Present.
Okay. I think I heard Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Amelia,
Yes, ma'am. I've been here on camera. I don't know why that you couldn't hear me earlier. Thank you.
couldn't, Member Heiliger, I couldn't hear nor see you, and we could only see your picture now. Could you please turn on your camera when you're live, as we all are here? Is it possible? Member Heiliger? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Is your
No.
your camera is not
No.
working? Okay.
Yes, but I will be there in a few minutes. So I was just here.
All right.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, kindly record Member Heiliger as present and give us a tally.
Madam Chair, you have 6 members present, 1 member excused.
Thank you. Before we proceed with hearing the testimony of and swearing in the nominees for judge of the Superior Court, I want to do a mic check to make sure everything is flowing. And so I'll start with you, Judge Velazquez. Just say good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good. Then Attorney Turnbull.
Good morning.
Can we raise up Attorney Turnbull's mic a little louder? Try again, Attorney.
Good morning.
Good. Sounds better. And then Attorney Russell Pate in the conference room in St. Croix.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wonderful. Thank you all for being here. I'll now ask both Judge Velazquez and Attorney Turnbull to kindly stand and raise your right hand. As I administer the oath, do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you so much, ladies. Kindly be seated. We will begin with you, Judge Velazquez, to begin by reading your submitted testimony into the record.
Members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other members of the 36th Legislature present, family, friends, colleagues of the Superior Court, listening and viewing audience, good morning. I am pleased to come before you today as the nominee to serve as judge on the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, District of St. Croix. I want to first thank the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. for putting his confidence in me on behalf of the people of these Virgin Islands through this nomination. I understand and fully embrace the significance, commitment, and immense responsibility of the office for which I am being considered, and I stand before you ready to assume this challenge. It is true that we all bring to the table our full life experiences that make up who we are. I will therefore begin by telling you a bit more about me beyond a resume. I was born on St. Croix, the last of 6 children to Senator William S. Harvey and Floribel L. Peterson. My mother is from generations of Crucians from Gallows Bay, with a paternal family from Santo Domingo and St. Croix. My father was born in New York to a St. Thomian mother. However, he too grew up in Gallows Bay on St. Croix from the age of 3, following the death of his Virginian father. Despite their Crucian Gallows Bayan upbringing, as luck would have it, my parents would meet in New York. Eventually, they returned home with their 5 children in tow. I would come later, much, much later, the only one born on St. Croix. However, my parents' relationship did not survive, and my mother soon found herself a single mother of 6. Those were difficult times as she regained her footing. We didn't have much. We lived for a couple of years in a Ralph D. Chabert housing community, but my mother worked hard as a lifelong public health nurse to ensure we had everything we needed, even if not everything we wanted. Eventually, my mother bought a home in the newly developed Mombiju community, directly across the street from my father. I would spend the balance of my childhood in Mombiju and Gallows Bay. Mother would later marry and have 2 more children, and we became a family of 8 children. So including my extended Harvey siblings, I came from a very, very large family of 13 children. And I would not be here but for the love and example of my parents, whom I miss immensely, especially today, and I said I wouldn't cry, but today is Daddy's birthday. I cannot help I wish you were here. I can't help but think of them both, and I know how proud they would be of my accomplishments thus far. I was educated primarily in the public school system, with the exception of 2 years spent at the St. Mary's Catholic School, and I graduated from the Cardozo High School in Washington, D.C. in 1981. I joined the Marine Corps Reserve before finishing high school and completed basic training at Paris Island, South Carolina, before beginning my undergraduate studies at Howard University in December of 1981. I studied human communication and political science, earning a Bachelor of Arts. After completing my undergraduate studies, I took what was to be a brief break before beginning law school, and that turned into 12 years. But that turned out to be one of the most enriching periods of my life. During that time, I worked as a journalist in Indiana and on St. Croix. I earned a Master of Arts at the University of the Virgin Islands in Education Leadership. I taught for a number of years at the St. Croix Central High School, where I started a student quadrille group. Engaging our students in culture continued a passion that I first developed as a youngster, dancing with the Milton Payne Quadrille Group, and which I have continued into adulthood as a member of the St. Croix Cultural Heritage Dancers and now as a member of the II Cultural Group. I enrolled at Howard University School of Law in 1997, taking with me my 2 young children who were then ages 5 and 7. And together, we navigated the rigors of law school, where I earned Kali Excellence Awards in legal research and writing, advanced legal research, remedies, corporations, and sales and secure transactions, and I served on the Howard Law Journal. In May of 2000, I graduated 5th in my law school class of approximately 130 students, and I returned home. I was admitted to the Virgin Islands Bar in 2001 and was later admitted to practice before the United States Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, and the District Court of the Virgin Islands. Moreover, since 2012, I have been certified as a mediator by the Florida Supreme Court after having completed the requisite coursework at the University of South Florida Conflict Resolution Collaborative. I have remained an active member of the Virgin Islands Bar Association, serving in a number of leadership roles: trustee of the inaugural Bar Foundation, court-appointed member of the Board of Professional Responsibility, chair and member of the Legislation and Law Reform Committee, chair and member of the Bar Journal Committee, chair and member of the Unauthorized Practice of Law Committee, and judge of the high school moot court competition for a number of years. Having witnessed my parents' enduring commitment to public service and to this community, I truly never considered committing my education or my life to anything but public service or to any place but home. And that is, in fact, what I have done. My legal career reflects this commitment. I began my career at the very court on which I now sit, first as a law clerk intern in 1998, and from 2000 to 2002 as a law clerk to the Honorable Maria M. Cabret, now Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. Over the years, I served at every level of the justice system, from appellate staff attorney at the Appellate Division of the District Court of the Virgin Islands, when it served as our de facto appellate court, to the first clerk of court of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands and clerk of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, assistant territorial public defender, defending persons charged with crimes in the trial court and challenging criminal convictions on appeal before the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, deputy chief counsel to the Office of the Governor, prosecutor, police trainer and advisor, hearing officer, civil litigator, and civil chief at the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, and presently as magistrate judge. In all of these roles, I contributed significantly to this territory and to the administration of justice, and it would be impossible to discuss them all. Therefore, in the interest of time, I will discuss just a few of the meaningful contributions that helped me to grow as a lawyer and now a jurist. Among those contributions was service as an attorney, trainer, and advisor to the police. One of my greatest joys in that role was serving as the assigned 24-hour on-call attorney to police officers territory-wide, providing advice and assistance to officers as they carried out their duties on our streets. I viewed and still view that role as one of the most significant contributions of my career. That is because doing so served not only the interest of officers and the Justice Department in avoiding evidence suppression issues, but also helped to preserve the individual rights of every person in this community who came in contact with the police. It was a difficult role to fulfill, but it was one I took very seriously as I understood that the rule of law, the liberty of citizens, and potentially lives were at stake. I am also immensely proud of my contributions to the people of this territory in my almost 9 years at the VI Justice Department, and particularly my tenure in the Civil Division. As a civil litigator, I defended and prosecuted the government's interests before the local and federal courts in both districts, before the District Court of the Southern District of New York and the District Court of the District of Columbia. And as chief of the Civil Division, I effectively managed the cases filed by and against the government, led a team of attorneys in defending this government, its agencies, and employees in litigation, pursued civil actions on behalf of consumers, both individually and in multi-state litigation, and managed outside counsels contracted by the government. I represented the territory in the consent decree cases in federal court against the police department and the Bureau of Corrections on St. Croix, the Epstein-related cases, and other significant matters impacting the public and the government. Finally, I have had the honor, the absolute honor, of helping to grow the next generation of criminal justice professionals by serving as a part-time instructor at the University of the Virgin Islands from 2015 through 2024, teaching the administration of justice, criminal evidence, and criminal procedure, and other courses. Having served as a magistrate judge for the past year, I fully grasp the need for judges to lead with empathy as they manage the cases that come before them. And I understand the importance of persons who come before the court, leaving with the knowledge that even if they did not prevail, they were at least heard. I also understand the need to timely resolve disputes so that parties can move on with their lives, and I have worked hard to do so. In civil and family matters, I schedule and hear cases timely, and I issue orders or judgments promptly after cases are heard, usually within 24 hours. In the year since taking the bench, I have issued 570 orders in civil cases and closed 532 of those cases. In probate cases, I have entered 282 orders, and I have closed 46 cases. My pending probate caseload is approximately 139 cases, and that includes 68 new cases that were filed in the past year, and others that were previously closed but that were reopened on motion by the parties. I have presided over hundreds of traffic, litter, and criminal proceedings, advice of rights, arraignments, plea proceedings, competency hearings, and promptly set criminal bench trials. Further, I review and issue without delay arrest and search warrants and temporary restraining orders. I also continue to contribute to the court's broader goals by serving on the court's bench bar committee, volunteering to mediate civil and family cases that are assigned to judges, and serving on a committee led by the presiding judge to develop protocols and a bench book as a ready resource for incoming magistrate judges. If confirmed, when confirmed, thank you. You have to put it in the universe. When confirmed, I will continue in my commitment to ensure full access to the courts through timely decision-making, without compromising thoroughness and reasoning. And I vow to carry out my duties in a manner that does justice to all who seek redress there. In that regard, I will immediately begin assessing and triaging the case docket I would inherit to identify potential conflicts and determine whether there are delays that may be ameliorated. I will then take intentional steps as required to move those matters forward, using as a personal goal and benchmark for self-assessment the differentiated case management plan that I developed as clerk of court and which was formally adopted by the court in 2013, or any other guidelines as amended. Senators, over the course of my legal career, I have approached every assigned task with the seriousness, reflection, energy, and intellectual rigor required. And along the way, I have had the benefit of invaluable mentors to guide my growth. I also independently took steps to further ensure my readiness for this moment, for when the call came, by attending the Judicial Academy for Aspiring Judges at the National Judicial College in Reno, Nevada in 2023. And since then, I have successfully completed the General Jurisdiction Course of Study for Trial Judges in 2025. I am prepared to assume the responsibility as judge of the Superior Court. And I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Judge Velazquez, for that testimony, giving us an insight into the woman, the strong woman that you are.
Thank you.
Now, the committee will hear the submitted and written testimony from Attorney Melanie Turnbull. Attorney Turnbull, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, family, friends, colleagues, fellow nominee Judge Velazquez, and most importantly, my two sons, Mosey and Judah. I am deeply honored to appear before you as a nominee for judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands Family Division. First, I thank God for his faithfulness in bringing me to this moment. I must also express my gratitude to the Governor, the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., and Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Tregenza Roach, for their confidence in nominating me. Finally, I thank this committee for the opportunity to present my journey, my qualifications, and my commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. I am Melanie Turnbull, a descendant of working-class grandparents, most of whom had no formal education beyond primary school. However, their faith, tenacity, and unwavering determination to succeed provided sturdy shoulders upon which my parents climbed, and I now firmly stand. The union of my parents, Brian and Karen Turnbull, instilled in my siblings and I the value of hard work and service to others above self. I began my educational journey here in St. Thomas at Wesleyan Academy, where I attended from kindergarten through the 8th grade. I then attended and graduated from Charlotte Amalie High School in 2002, finest in blue and blue. After graduation, I attended Hampton University, my parents' alma mater, and earned my Bachelor of Science degree in biology, graduating cum laude in 2006. At the time, I had no way of knowing that my path would ultimately lead me to the legal profession. In fact, my journey to law school was anything but traditional. Before entering law school, I worked several non-legal jobs that to the unkeen eye would seem insignificant to my profession. Yet each of these jobs taught me something vital about people, humility, and responsibility. I worked as an HIV laboratory technician, a waitress, a summer camp counselor, and an administrative assistant, all before taking my first course as a law student. These experiences allowed me to enter law school with a mature and grounded perspective that shaped the advocate and person I would become, a woman with grit, unrelenting work ethic, and disciplined reasoning. After enrolling in the Norman Adrian Wiggins School of Law at Campbell University in 2010, I immersed myself in trial advocacy. As a third-year law student, my mock trial teammates and I won the regional championship in the 38 national trial competition. My dedication to serving others guided my law school career. I was honored to serve as a secretary of the Student Bar Association, a staff writer for the Campbell Law Observer, and the student representative on the Dean Search Committee. As an intern at the North Carolina Supreme Court, I witnessed public service in action, drafted bench briefs, and reviewed petitions for discretionary review. These roles and experiences enhance my communication skills, collaborative abilities, and my commitment to objective and ethical decision-making. Upon graduating, I was selected as a member of the Order of Barristers, a national honorary society reserved for the top advocates in the country. Due to my command of the rules of evidence, my courtroom skill, and my excellence in advocacy, I earned recognition as a litigant to watch. Drawing from the skills and experiences I obtained during law school, I began my legal career with the honor of returning home to serve as an appellate law clerk to the Honorable Associate Justice Ive A. Swan of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. As Justice Swan's law clerk, I drafted pre-argument memoranda, researched complex legal issues, attended oral arguments to ensure the clarity and consistency of Virgin Islands jurisprudence. Those who know Justice Swan know that his name is synonymous with scrupulousness, staunch independence, and unparalleled wisdom. All characteristics I have aspired to embody from the moment Justice Swan gave me the opportunity to be trained by and learn from him. My clerkships taught me the bedrock principles of judicial service, including the importance of neutrality, the discipline of careful, objective legal analysis, and the necessity to treat everyone with respect. After my clerkship, I served the people of the Virgin Islands as a public defender, first locally and later federally. I joined the Office of the Territorial Public Defender in fall 2015, starting with misdemeanor matters in the Magistrate Division. 5 months later, I was promoted to a felony docket, where I managed a full caseload involving offenses such as robbery, firearm violations, and homicides. During my tenure as an assistant territorial public defender, I handled cases from the probable cause hearing through trial and sentencing. I've drafted motions, conducted investigations, and developed fact-specific case theories. I practice client-centered advocacy by ensuring clients understood their rights and responsibilities while their cases were pending in the Superior Court. In addition to my felony docket, I had the opportunity to handle juvenile matters in the Family Division, including advice of rights, detention hearings, consent decree discussions, and adjudication hearings. Since 2018, I have served as an assistant federal public defender for the District of the Virgin Islands, representing indigent clients. As an assistant federal public defender, I gained extensive litigation experience conducting suppression hearings, jury trials, and contested sentencings. In 2019, I also had the privilege to argue before a panel of the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. The role of an assistant public defender demanded effective legal research, meticulous writing, and strategic case management. It also required balancing zealous advocacy while fostering delicate relationships with the Office of Probation, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Clerk's Office, and the United States Attorney's Office. But beyond presenting cases in court, I have served in several volunteer capacities within the judicial branch. I participated in Kids Court under the leadership of then District Court Judge Curtis Gomez. Kids Court was an interactive educational program designed to expose Virgin Islands students to the many roles within the court system. I served as a member of both the Magistrate Merit Selection Panel and the Chief Probation Officer Selection Panel. And recently, I helped craft proposed local rules for the District Court of the Virgin Islands as a member of the Advisory Committee for Rules. Finally, this year, I served as a panelist at the 2025 Annual District Court Conference. Service to both the legal and broader community has always been a core part of my identity. Here in the Virgin Islands, I have contributed through a range of civic initiatives. I'm honored to serve as a special advisor to the Virgin Islands Justice Initiative, which is dedicated to expanding access to justice across our community. My passion for youth development led me to be a former moot court coach for the Ivana Yudorican High School, where I mentored aspiring advocates from the Virgin Islands for several years. And since 2018, I have been a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the first Greek-lettered sorority established by and for African American college women. Upholding its legacy of sisterhood and service to all mankind deeply informs my commitment to public service. I'm also engaged in board leadership and governance with over 5 years of service on the board of the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. My other board roles include being a former officer of the All Saints Cathedral School Board, and I am the current interim president of the Faith Alive Christian Academy School Board. These aforementioned roles have provided me with a broader understanding of the challenges families face educationally, socially, and economically. As such, these roles have only reinforced my belief that the law must be applied impartially, fairly, and humanely. When confirmed by this committee and the full body, I will bring the following to the family division: fairness and impartial judgment, empathy for children and families in crisis, firmness to ensure safety and accountability, patience, timely and orderly administration of justice, and respect for the gravity of matters affecting community members during some of their most vulnerable moments. The family division is a unique and demanding assignment, requiring a judge who can maintain objectivity, navigate conflict, and issue decisions that prioritize the well-being of children and other members in need in our society. My personal and professional journey spanning clerking, public defense, and community service has prepared me for that responsibility. 13 years ago, a summer internship at the Office of the Territorial Public Defender served as the catalyst for my journey to practicing law in the Virgin Islands. Hoping to secure that internship, I emailed the then Chief Territorial Public Defender, who, without hesitation, invited me to join the office for an unpaid summer position after my second year of law school. That internship offered invaluable attorney mentorship, supervised client interactions, and hands-on trial experience. The experience ultimately changed the trajectory of my life and solidified my dedication to representing the underserved. The Honorable Deborah Watlington, then the Chief Territorial Public Defender, and until recently, the Superior Court Judge in the Family Division, was a person that extended that opportunity. Her leadership and example shaped my understanding of what it means to practice law with integrity, compassion, and service at its center. My nomination to fill the vacancy created by Judge Watlington's retirement presents a full circle moment that honors the Virgin Islands spirit of paving the way for others to follow. It would be an incredible honor to succeed Judge Watlington as a judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands Family Division, where I would strive to serve our community and inspire those who will follow. Members of the committee, I stand before you as a daughter of the Virgin Islands, shaped by this community and committed to serving it with integrity, humility, and unwavering dedication. I am grateful for the opportunity to be considered, and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Attorney Turnbull, for that passionate story and your testimony, which shows the incredible journey that has paved the way for you to be here today as a nominee for judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. At this time, the chair will recognize the president of the bar, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Vice Chair. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Madam Chair and colleagues, we have two daughters of the soil here, and I'll be remiss. I'm sorry that the Honorable Venetia Velazquez don't have her parents here with her, but the fact that Attorney Turnbull's parents is here, I would like her to be able to showcase her parents and show her appreciation again for being here with her and seeing her this far. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Senator. I have with me my father, Brian Turnbull, and my lovely mother, Karen Turnbull.
And thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Now I will recognize Attorney Pate, Russell Pate. You are recognized as President of the Virgin Islands Bar Association into the record.
Good morning, Senator Joseph and members of the 36th Legislature. My name is Russell Pate. I'm President of the Bar Association for this year, for 2025. Due to the kind of expedited nature of the hearing today, I do not have written testimony, but I am able to say that these are two extremely qualified candidates that bring together all of the elements that Virgin Islanders would want in a judge and a judicial officer. First, whenever someone comes to court, they want to feel heard, that the judge is impartial and fair, and that they're treated with dignity, respect, and decorum, whether they win or lose. And both of these candidates have a judicial temperament that comes from their background, their history, their character. What they're made of is exactly what they discussed with their parents and upbringing. That's the foundation. And from that foundation, they've built through their determination, hard work, the work ethic they've brought, they built the other characteristics on top of that firm foundation where they put in their knowledge, their skill, their education. And for Judge Venetia Velazquez, her background, it is hard to name any other attorney that has such a diverse experience across various legal practices. I don't think there is probably any other attorney that has worked in so many different areas that she brings this knowledge to the court with a diverse array. For Attorney Melanie Turnbull, I have known her, and she brought up that she had worked as a waitress, and I still remember being in Havenside and her coming over to the table and saying that she was attending law school in North Carolina, and I attended law school in North Carolina too. And I remember leaving just, and this is important, these various these different jobs make you a better judge. And I was pleased to see Attorney Turnbull saying she's drawing on this diverse experience too. But I remember leaving that dinner saying, wow, this is that this young lady has a charisma and a personality. I just remember being impressed just from her being a server. And of course, you carry that. She's carried that all the way through her education into her work. And subsequently, I've served with her on the VI Justice Initiative, which is a nonprofit that helps Virgin Islanders that are lower income to have access to justice. And she's an extreme fighter for normal people, Virgin Islanders that are struggling. I will say that the courts, we all know that there is delay in the courts, but both of these candidates, these nominees, and I've also known Attorney Venetia Velazquez since 2009 when I met her, they are known, their reputation is they are known for their work ethic. So I can speak that as far as personally and for the Bar Association, attorneys, we are pleased that these two candidates would assume judgeship, and I will say a special prayer for Miss Melanie Turnbull, because taking the family court division from personal experience, that is probably one of the most emotionally trying positions of being a judge. And I've personally been appointed, as the court will appoint, to family court cases where there is either child abuse or child neglect. That was one of the first cases that I handled, where I had to go to the hospital for an infant that had been severely injured through neglect. And I just dealt with that at one experience. But when you're on the judge and you're a bench, you're dealing with this day in and day out. And so I would just say, all the listening audience, that not only you want your judges to have wisdom, but they're also human. Because justice, human justice, is human. If we were all in a perfect world and we were in heaven, we would need not the law, we would need not judges. But here, we all work together to make this a more just, fair society. So I'm happy to take questions now, but I endorse both candidates fully and wholeheartedly and look forward to their investiture, for them to get. It is extremely hard work day in and day out, and it is a heavy burden to carry upon their shoulders. But I know that both candidates, as Attorney Turnbull talked about the independence of Justice Swan, I know both of these candidates are fair and independent. I've recently was in front of Magistrate Judge Velazquez, where she had to make a ruling against the government, construing a statute that, reading the words of the statute plainly and saying to the government, you have to follow the law. And that is what every person in the Virgin Islands wants, is a judge that is not afraid to apply the law and be fair and impartial. So again, I wholeheartedly endorse the candidates, and the Bar Association looks forward to their skill and experience, and including human experience, to apply fairness, impartiality, and their wisdom to the legal disputes of the Virgin Islanders. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Attorney Russell Pate, for those today for judge of our Superior Court. Before, colleagues, we proceed with questioning, and we're going to have 5 minutes of questioning, I want to allow Judge Velazquez the opportunity to also recognize someone who flew over, who is dear to her heart. She may not have a lot of people behind her because she's from St. Croix, she flew over here, but she did bring someone who is very dear to her heart, who has stood with her through good and bad, long hours working. And I want to allow you that opportunity to recognize that individual, Judge Velazquez.
Thank you so much, Senator. My husband, retired Deputy Police Chief Edmenia Velazquez, flew over. Thank you. I see. And my sister surprised me.
Your sister.
And got on the plane this morning. We were on the same 6:30 a.m. flight, Jamila Moorhead. And I believe, at least they told me, that I may have some support on St. Croix. I believe some of my former Justice Department colleagues may be on St. Croix, but I just thank everyone who's watching, even if you're not in the chamber.
And I really want to really thank both your husband and your sister because for flying over. It's very important. You could have done it in the conference room. You could have sit through in the conference room, but you made it a point to be here. And thank you, media, for showing up those individuals who are on our big sister island of St. Croix in support of Judge Velazquez. So, Judge Velazquez, you know, your parents are not here, your children may not be here, but you have a community of supporters here who appreciate your dedication as a public servant. And also I want the media in the chambers to also span our room here in the chambers to see the amount of persons who have taken time out of their busy schedule to come here today in support of both Attorney Turnbull as well as Judge Velazquez, and I'm thinking also in support of our next nominee on the agenda, the governor's nominee for tourism. So we really want to thank all of you for taking an interest. This is very important. They're going to need all of our help in the position that they are going to assume, and we're moving positively. Colleagues, we will begin with one round of 5 minutes of questioning, and the order of questioning, we will begin on my left, that would be your right, with Mr. Secretary Avery L. Lewis. Then we will switch to my right with Senator Angel Volquez Jr. Next, we will go to Senator Clifford A. Joseph, then to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who I trust is still with us remotely, and then we will proceed with the Vice Chair, who is also acting President of the 36th Legislature, Senator Kenneth Gittins, and we'll round it out with me, the chairperson of the committee. Colleagues, this is these are two very important positions. And before I recognize Mr. Secretary, I want to note this body and this committee has been expediting the governor's nominees. We don't hold them up, we move. And Judge Velazquez's nomination is being expedited because we are cognizant that we have 2 vacancies. We have three vacancies, 2 in St. Thomas and 1 in St. Croix that needs to be filled. So we still have 1 outstanding in the St. Thomas district that needs to be filled. That's why we're working hard to get them filled. And it's not on the legislature's back, but we work here. We work and do the people's work as quickly as humanly possible to get it done, because we understand that justice shouldn't take a long time. And as Martin Luther King said, justice delayed is justice denied. And we are not going to be culpable here. Mr. Secretary, kindly proceed with your 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the nominees. And good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and to all who are in the chamber today. First I want to say thank you to both of you for really accepting the opportunity and accepting the challenge and this judgeship. It's very important to the people of the Virgin Islands. And really accepting it because I know a lot of people, at least with me, you could exhale today. So I was in my office and I was saying, man, writing away, my God, thinking, we're going to ask Attorney Turnbull, we're going to ask Attorney Velazquez. So I had about 30 questions each, but when I come in the room and I see the whole AKA nation, I see Charlie Chris and I see Karen, I say, oh no, Avery, not today. Not today, Papa. So anyhow, Attorney Turnbull, good morning.
Good morning.
Family division cases often involve sensitive matters: custody disputes, domestic violence, child neglect, and juvenile rehabilitation. How do you balance the strict application of Virgin Islands law with compassion and fairness, particularly when children's welfare is at stake?
Thank you for the question. I believe as the Superior Court Judge in the Family Division, what I would be doing is running the courtroom with empathy and compassion. My communication will be with empathy and compassion. My review of the facts and the evidence before me will be with empathy and compassion. But how I will decide will be based on the law, based on Virgin Islands law. And so I have been exposed as a public defender to a lot of family-related matters with my own clients. And so I'm not new to the delicacies and the sensitivities and the emotions that run high. As one would imagine, in the criminal justice system, when an individual is accused of committing a crime, and you peel back the layers of their life is basically the family division. It is a number of abuse and neglect circumstances, custody battles that they have been involved in as a child. They are usually children of divorce. And so I've spent my entire career balancing. I spent my entire career applying the law and dealing with these sensitive facts. And I would do the same as a family division judge.
Thank you for your response. One more question, Attorney. When confirmed, I'm positive about that. How do you believe you can make a lasting difference within the family division and the Virgin Islands justice system as a whole? What legacy
I like to fear and that I felt heard and respected. In addition to that, I would love to expand the access to justice. We do have legal services. We have the Virgin Islands Justice Initiative. But even in my role and capacity as a public defender, we field so many calls from the community looking for attorneys for very simple civil matters. And I think a lot of that can be addressed by creating and digitizing forms for basic, repetitive, and redundant needs, such as right now we only have, I checked the website, there's only an online form for marriage. However, we can digitize checklists for guardianship petitions. We can digitize checklists for what an individual will need for visitation. That is something that will allow more individuals access to justice. If they don't have the money to retain an attorney, they can come to the Virgin Islands court website and see all the things that they need to do in order to file their petitions and get the answers that they need from the court. And so it's not really about numbers for me. That's not going to be what I want my legacy to be, just that she was fair.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing us from the past to the future, man. Like, digitize the stuff, man. Let me stay in my office and get married, man. Let me stay in my office and get divorced. Judge,
Time.
Madam Chair, could I ask Judge Velazquez 2 closing questions?
You may proceed, Senator.
Judge Velazquez, you mentioned issuing 570 civil orders and closing 532 cases within a year. An impressive record of productivity. What specific methods or tools do you use to manage such an active docket efficiently, and how might those practices be applied across the Superior Court to address backlog concerns?
Yes, Senator. First, before I begin, let me first make a distinction between the civil matters that come before the magistrate court and those that go before the trial court, because they're very different. Before the magistrate division, there are summary proceedings, which means we set a hearing, we hear the matters, and unless a complex issue arises that requires us to take it under advisement, there are usually issues that we can resolve readily. And that's why we are able to enter judgments within 24 hours where the trial judge may not be able to. So to be fair to the trial judges, I just wanted to make that distinction, because it doesn't make me special. Okay. But what I do, however, with all of the cases assigned to me, is I just try to keep in mind that there are people at the other end of the paper. It's not just a case. I always keep in mind that there are individuals at the end of this that are hoping to get resolution of whatever issue brings them to court. And so I tackle my docket readily. When cases are coming up, or if I give a deadline, I have a tickling system. And so and attorneys have already learned this about me. If I give them a deadline, the day after the item was due, you're getting an order to comply from me. So it's all about setting the tone, and I have learned that once you set the tone, and I learned that from working under Justice Cabret and Justice Hodge and all of the other notable jurists in this community, that it's all about setting the tone, and once those expectations are established, we can all be successful.
I mean, like, you know, keeping in communication, making people feel like people regardless of the circumstances, you know, and I see that in both of you. But Madam Chair, that's just the last one real quick. Judge Velazquez, you've had that direct experience with both prosecution and defense sides, as well as civil litigation. How would you ensure that the ordinary Virgin Islanders, especially those who are self-represented, feel that they have meaningful access to justice in your courtroom?
That's a very important question, and it's a very big issue.
That's why
because we have, because we do have a lot of pro se litigants, and in the magistrate court, I have the opportunity to work with primarily pro se litigants, except for the FED matters where attorneys appear. Most of the, and perhaps domestic violence, most of the people coming into court are pro se. And one of the things we have to ensure is to keep in mind that they may not know the law, and we cannot overwhelm them, but we can assist to move the proceedings forward by making sure it's fair on both sides. There are, for example, instances where there's an attorney on one side and there's a pro se litigant on the other side. And you simply have to ensure that everyone is following the law and that the pro se person feels like they are equally heard regardless of whether they have a law degree behind them.
Thank you for your response. Madam Chair, I will be voting in affirmative for both nominees here this morning. Even if I'm the only yay, you have mine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Now, I wanted to follow up, just so that we're clear, with you, Judge Velazquez. Pro se, what is a person who is acting pro se? Because we have this broadcast, I know, and some of my colleagues may know, but we just want to spread that level of education, and so that persons could have that mindset who are listening into this broadcast. When you say pro se, I think it's a Latin term. And
Very good.
What does that mean?
Very good. It simply means that the person is appearing on their own in court. They are unrepresented persons who are either prosecuting their cases alone or attempting to defend without the help of legal counsel.
And that's something that is constitutional, that a person can do that based on our Constitution, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. The chair will now recognize Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. for your 5 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Bolquez. Media kindly recognizes mic of Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to central staff. Good morning to the supporting gallery in St. Thomas and on St. Croix. And of course, good morning to our nominees, Honorable Venetia H. Velazquez and Attorney Melanie Turnbull, both nominees for the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. And I want to thank the governor and his leadership team for choosing and selecting 2 exceptional candidates for these positions. I want to start off by thanking you, Honorable Judge Velazquez, who comes with a very broad and exceptional experience to the bench, serving as a magistrate judge, assistant attorney general, and a legal educator, just to mention a few. Obviously, your experience is there, and I'm looking forward to supporting your nomination. As for Attorney Melanie Turnbull, very qualified nominee, decades in the courtroom, experience as a public defender, supports and been a fierce advocate for children and families and underserved individuals in the Virgin Islands for quite some time, worked under the guidance of Judge Swan. I mean, I love it when I have nominees that are easy to deal with. And I just have questions for both of you at the same time.
So they're dual questions for both of you. We know that delays in the processing of civil and family and criminal cases here in the Virgin Islands is a recurring issue. What is your position on how the judiciary should address backlogs and improve case flow management? Because we know that whether it's probate, whether it's criminal, whether it's family, we know that there's large backlogs. And obviously, your nominations are to fill key positions so that we can get things moving. But outside of filling those positions, what are some of the things that you believe the judicial branch could incorporate or work on to sort of let that streamline flow with those backlogs? What are some of your ideas in that area?
I'm happy to answer first, Senator. Thanks for the question. The issue of case backlogs is a complicated one, but it's an important one for us to address. Obviously, there are nuances in terms of what causes case delay. However, based on my experience and from the research of the National Center for State Courts, it is advisable that a judge looks at the case early in its life. Right now, I do just that. When a case comes in, particularly in the probate area, I ensure that that case is looked at within 20 days of its filing. The reason for that is because if you look at the case readily, a lot of times, even if the attorneys are doing what they are supposed to do, I look at it to see if the filing is in place, and I immediately issue orders to comply. The order to comply is not necessary because the statute and the rules tell them what to file next. But when they see an order to comply, it does two things. It tells them the judge is looking at this, she's aware, and she has now given me deadlines to comply with the next step. So it discourages the attorneys from kicking the can down the road. However, the recommendation of the NCSC is also that courts should adopt time standards and a differentiated case management plan to address different categories of cases and different complexities of cases. That is advisable because one, sets the expectations for litigants and attorneys so that they know what deadlines they're working within. It also sets a parameter and a standard for what is presumptively reasonable. I did develop such a plan when I was clerk of court. It's not mandatory. It's difficult to make it mandatory. I know the court is revisiting those deadlines to determine what is recommended. But in addition to that, it's also recommended that you touch your cases regularly. So once they're filed, you have to have a process in place to file it. That requires organization, it requires management, it requires commitment, and that is something I'm committed to doing.
Thank you for your response. Attorney Turnbull.
Thank you. While I have not been a judge, I do have some strategies that I've thought about that I believe would alleviate any backlog. In addition to the touching cases, as Judge Velazquez spoke on, I believe that particularly in a family division, encouraging early resolution and alternative dispute resolution can alleviate some of that backlog. For example, encouraging mediation for parties to come up with their own solutions for the problems that they have brought to the court. I also believe maximizing scheduling. I have the benefit of being a litigant and having to engage with calendaring with various courts. I've worked in the local courts and federal courts. And so I would maximize scheduling, ensuring that I make sure that litigants adhere to the deadlines, and that I only grant these continuances for just cause and good cause. And so I think between looking for alternative ways to take some of the items off of the court docket, as well as maximizing the scheduling within the court docket, can help to produce more flow of cases. And I don't know if people realize how the gravity of what Judge Velazquez has stated. She is the author of a case differentiated management order. That is humongous for the entire jurisdiction. And so I would try to stick closely to that system in order to keep cases flowing. One last thing I did want to say, because I do think it's important for people to understand, particularly in the family division, guardianship cases over minors and adults, they stay on the case number until those are closed. And guardianship cases for minors, they don't close until the age of maturity, which is 18. And for incapacitated adults, that could be the life of that adult. And so you're talking about numbers that are decades long in some instances. And so when we look at backlog, we have to, the numbers alone don't tell the full picture. And I won't know if there's any backlog until I assume the position and I can do a whole case assessment and do a triage. And so I hope to go in there and move cases along without sacrificing the quality, because rush justice is as harmful as justice delayed.
Both excellent responses. Madam Chair, if I may please have just one last.
You may proceed to wrap up, Senator Volquez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
For both of you, again, what do you believe in your areas? What is the most pressing issue in your area that you will be a judge over? In your opinion, what is that one pressing issue that you believe needs the most attention?
In terms of cases or the administration of justice?
I'll take both.
That's a difficult, that's difficult. Obviously, case delay and addressing the case docket always has to be at the top of the list, and that's really, in my opinion, going to take individual judges just committing to addressing that and working within the self-defined lines. In terms of the administration of justice, I think we have to look at a lot of broader issues. For example, and I don't even know how I could categorize this, but for example, there are several issues that come up within the magistrate court that may seem inconsequential, but it creates hardships and I believe ill serves the community. I see a lot of people who are coming before me because they are being evicted, for example, from their homes. There are a large number of those people who are actually public assistance citizens. They're either getting rental assistance or they may be on Section 8 or what have you. But because of some delay in an agency processing paperwork, they are now before the court being evicted. Those are very difficult cases because is it fair? Is it really justice? Because they're not responsible because someone else has assumed the responsibility to pay the rent, and because of a lapse, they're suddenly being evicted. So that's one issue, but another primary issue, another problem that I see, and it appears in the magistrate court and in the general jurisdiction courts, is the issue of competency matters, where we have persons charged with crimes who are suffering from mental diseases, and the structure is not adequate and it's not in place to properly serve that population because they really don't belong in prison. So I think if I have to think of two major issues, those would be it for me.
Thank you, and Attorney Turnbull.
This question is a little bit more difficult for me, as I have not assumed the role of the family division, and I can only speak from my experiences of touching the justice system in general. Obviously, I agree with cases. If there is a backlog, that would be the issue with cases. As far as with the administration of justice, for me, it has been what I had previously spoken about, which is just that access to justice. We do have a community that is relatively low income. Individuals can't afford an attorney. And so a lot of times people are seeking redress and they can't because they can't afford it. Additionally, within the family division, and this is from experience as being a criminal defense attorney, we don't have a lot of wraparound services. We will have maybe a service that will spring up, but they won't have the funding. They can't, stick around. And so the individuals that will be coming in the family division, there aren't a lot of wraparound services to assist with the plan that the plan or the order that the court will provide. We have such strapped resources. The Department of Human Services, they are strapped, and they work hand in hand and very closely with the family division. And so the answer for a lot of our woes is resources, but those are the problems that I foresee.
Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you so much for your leniency, Madam Chair.
And you're welcome, Senator Velazquez. I do have a question for Attorney Turnbull. You mentioned in answering a question for Senator Velazquez that for somebody to be able, either side, the defendant or the plaintiff side, to be able to continue the case, they have to show just cause. What do you term as just cause for you to be able to make that decision and that ruling from the bench?
There are so many variables and circumstances that can come up requiring an individual to need a delay. It could be personal. It could be something pertaining to the case, new evidence that has arisen. And so it's too difficult to answer that question with a specific example, particularly when every case is different. And so it is going to be on a case-by-case basis. But what I'm hinting at is negligence of your case file is not going to be a good cause.
Okay, and negligence would be that you are not paying attention to due dates
Correct.
of certain timelines that you need to make as the attorney and the like. Would you afford, or you wouldn't cover negligence of your case file for a pro se person? Would you? Because you've just stated that we do have, and it's a fact, we have a large population who are in poverty, and it is difficult for you to find attorneys and pay that fee. And so how would you manage that, knowing that you have a defendant or plaintiff who is pro se and they are defending themselves or they're representing themselves?
Well, pro se litigants, they have to be held to a different standard.
Okay.
They have to, I believe that the court should extend patience, grace, and understanding to pro se individuals in circumstances in which the court can appoint advisory counsel. I know that some judges have done it in the past. I have practiced in front of just about every judge in the St. Thomas jurisdiction, and I know that some judges insist on appointing advisory counsel, and so I believe that they are held to a different standard, and so I would extend grace in all of those circumstances with a pro se litigant.
Judge Velazquez, do you want to feed into that line of questioning that I just asked?
Absolutely. It's really important. While pro se litigants, once they file an action, they have to be able to, whether file or whether they're defendant, if they choose to proceed pro se, they are required to follow the rules. However, as our Supreme Court has consistently reminded us, we also have to be cognizant of the fact that they're not lawyers. And so we do extend some leniency, but there's a very thin line, because we also have to thread that line between, are we being fair to them at the expense of prejudicing the other party's right to fairness and due process? And so we're constantly cognizant of the fact that the person may not be learned in the law, but they also have a right to be heard.
Thank you so much for that, and I'm in full agreement with people having a right to be heard. That's one of our constitutional rights. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph for your 5 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and good morning to our two nominees, both Judge Velazquez and Attorney Turnbull. You mentioned Mombiju and where your dad's house was. Coming from Mombiju myself, you know that was the big course race place. So, most people under my age wouldn't really know about Bill Harvey. It used to be Bill Harvey Stretch and it's down the road. So no. My first question I have is yours, Judge Velazquez, and it's, how do you describe your judicial philosophy?
Well, you know, I've thought about this, and I'm not sure that I fit into one philosophy, but I will explain, I will tell you why. Because I definitely do not believe in judicial activism, because there's a role for every branch of government. And I believe judicial activism, we are not there to make law. That is for this body. Yes. However, I'm also not a strict textualist, because I do believe that the Constitution is a living document. And I believe if we look at it any other way, we invite absurdity, because obviously the framers could not have conceived of life as we know it today in this century. And so we have to be able to look at the fundamental rights there in that document and be able to apply it and extend it to the life we're now living. What I will say is that my approach to interpreting the law is that the intent and the will of the legislature should be honored wherever possible. Therefore, the plain language of the statute, to the extent it's clear, is what I apply. If there is ambiguity, that is where we then have room to now attempt to determine what the intent of the legislature was. And at the end of the day, if the full statutory scheme dictates that where we are headed would result in absurd results, then we can try to avoid those absurd results. So I wouldn't really pigeonhole myself in one philosophy. And
good. Thank you for your response. And since we're moving along, what have you learned as a magistrate judge that you would think will most benefit you as a superior court judge?
You know, I hadn't thought of it until you asked that question, but you know what I really think I've learned is the practicalities of case management and the practicalities of, as much as I've been doing this, and even though I've trained in this and been a certified court manager and studied case management, it is when you are in the trenches that you really begin to appreciate the nuances of the issues of continuances, and you realize there's no really black and white, there are gray areas, and you have to adjust. So I think that's really my takeaway from serving this past year.
Final questions I could ask that Tony had a few. How do you respond to public criticism?
You know, it comes with the territory. When you think about it, Senator, 50% of the people who appear before you are going to walk away a little annoyed because they lost, and 50% will walk away thinking you're the best thing since sliced bread.
Thank you. Okay, Attorney Turnbull, good morning again to you. Good morning. And good morning to your family, mom and dad. And sorry, good morning, Mr. Velazquez, and good morning, Sister Jamila. And everybody else in the audience, don't get me think I'm singling you guys out, but I just wanted to make sure I touch the family touch. What areas of law have you practiced most extensively?
Criminal defense. I've been primarily a criminal defense attorney for the past 10 years. Before that, I was appellate law clerk for Justice Swan at the Supreme Court.
Okay, good. And how would you ensure impartiality when personal belief might conflict with the law?
Well, I understand my role, and my role as a judge. First of all, we have a judicial code of conduct that we must follow, and all of the rules that have applied to me as a litigator, I have followed them since the inception of my career. The role of a judge is to be neutral. I will start from a place of neutrality, assess the facts of the case, the arguments by both parties, their perspectives, and then I would simply apply the law to the facts as the law is stated, whether statutory law or by case law, and I will follow precedent. And so there is no room for personal opinion, personal belief, personal thoughts. It's about what is in the record, what is before me, and in ruling fairly.
Thank you. Thank you both for your response. At the right time, I'll be supporting both of your nominees for sure going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. I do have a question for both of you. Before I do that, I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who have joined us here in the chambers. I wanted to get because we've been talking around this issue about justice, access to justice, assuring that persons have the ability to get speedy resolution to whatever cases that they have before the courts, and so that they can move on with their lives. That's really what it needs to happen, so that they could move on and they can see that justice has been served. And those of you who are making these rulings and issuing these orders from the bench remain impartial and are adhering to the law. What would you say, looking at both of your careers as public servants, because both of you are public servants to the court, similar to many of us here in the chambers, how will you continue to serve in the community and to ensure that access to justice is there for all? Because we have many issues, many times a lot of our people are not coming forward to even consider just because they say there's a delayed and all of these things. How can you do that? What steps, or just one, I don't want to go too long, one step that you think could allow that justice is dealt out for all? First, let me go with Attorney Turnbull, and then I'll go to Judge Velazquez.
I think we've all touched on it in some form or fashion, because it's a two-part question. It's about access to justice and then also making sure justice is served. Access to justice, I believe, just means that the judiciary needs to make itself more available to the community as far as the information that we provide that would help individuals navigate the court system. Something as simple as a name change. That's just a document that you can fill out and come in and have it filed, and do that beforehand so that you're not coming, you forgot something, you have to go back. So it's just a matter of disseminating information as far as access to justice from the judiciary. There are other ways to improve access to justice that may come from outside of the judiciary, with whether it be nonprofit organizations, whether it be in the executive branch. But from the judiciary, I think it can be the dissemination of information. And as far as justice being served, I think we also touched on it in case management. It really comes down to case management. I don't know what the current state is within the family division. There may not be any backlog at all. I have to go in first and do a case assessment. And so I think vigorous, aggressive case management is what will address the community getting the justice that they seek.
Thank you for your response. Judge Velazquez, how you would look at it?
Yes, thank you. I think in addition to the timely processing of cases, we also have to coordinate with agencies, because other government agencies can play a role. For example, I recently scheduled a meeting with the police department because we saw a trend of litigants coming to court after having made a report to the police. And instead of police action, they were referred to the court. So we had a meeting to say, listen, why is this happening? If there is action that may be taken, whether pursuant to Title 14 or whether pursuant to some other provision regarding enforcement of these officers, why are we not doing it? And I have to say they were very receptive. So I think it's just a matter of keeping the dialogue open so that we can work together as a full government. Additionally, we have to stay engaged with the schools, and we have to stay engaged in the community. I think that is extremely important and perhaps an area that we overlook. Because if we have a more informed public, starting from a very young age, whether it's the children, the parents, or what have you, that also feeds into access to justice, because then people understand what the court is here to do and how they can effect those services.
Thank you so much, Judge Velazquez, for that. And that is something that what you said, both of you ladies said, that it definitely rings true, so that we could be able to attain justice for all and access to justice, more importantly. Mr. Secretary, Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Turnbull, the Family Division plays a critical role in the rehabilitation of juveniles. What is your philosophy of balancing accountability with rehabilitation when dealing with young offenders, and how can the court system help break cycles of recidivism among our youths?
Thank you for that question. One of the reasons the Family Division entices me in particular is because I would perhaps get to the beginning of the arc of individuals that find themselves in the criminal justice system. While I understand that accountability needs to be central, we all have to live in this community together. It is a very small community, and we cannot take the position that individuals are irredeemable. And so I think the focus, if I had to tilt it in any direction, would be for rehabilitation, because crime costs. It's actually expensive, and if we can prevent it to begin with, then we're at a good starting point. When we peel back the layer of a lot of the individuals who find themselves in the criminal justice system, there has been some kind of fracture in the family dynamic. There has been some kind of fracture in their upbringing. There may be some mental health issues, mental health concerns. And so we have to address the ailments of what is causing delinquency, right? What is causing truancy. So rehabilitation, if I had to balance, would tip the scale for me, because we want individuals to leave the juvenile justice system better, not worse than when they entered.
Do you at any point see that where the judicial system should be like on the front end versus the back end, like out there helping maybe the teachers, the schools, the counselors, and anything? That's been a role in that end versus on the back end where, having to deal with them and trying to break that pipeline to prison, in a sense, like I got it from a colleague.
It's not just a juvenile justice system, really. We can partner, but it's really the entire
village.
Yes, the entire village. It is the executive branch, the legislative branch, it's the judiciary. It's also private sector, right? Mm-hmm. And so when we see juveniles in particular engaging in certain conduct, that's an indictment on all of us, not just the parents or the family or friends that's related to that person. That's an indictment on all of us. And what can we do, and how can we improve the lives of the citizens that we live amongst, so that we can curb and stop that type of behavior? One of the things that I have put forth in my paperwork that I'm very passionate about trying to introduce is a restorative justice program. And the way those restorative justice programs work is they bring the perpetrator and the victim in the same room with a therapeutic counselor, so that the perpetrator can see and receive and understand the harm that they cause, the victim can feel whole because they had the opportunity to express that harm, and the rates of recidivism are a lot lower in justice systems that have restorative justice programs.
You just send some chills. Show me that sounds like something doable, and any way we could help, please holler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, Senator Lewis. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for your 5 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues, good day to the people of the territory, good day to the testifiers and everyone here in the chambers. First, I would like to thank both of you for being here, because I'm always impressed when we have individuals with your resume and even your work that we could clearly see are here before us. One to potentially be elevated, and another one to start potentially their first term as a judge. My first set of questions has to do with ethics, because I know, have any of you ever been in a situation where you have had to report someone because of an unethical situation throughout the course of your career? And potentially, what is the process for that, if anything like that have ever happened, and why? You don't have to give details if it did happen, just a synopsis of how you handled it.
Senator, I have not been in a position to have to report, but should the occasion arise, I would be the first one reporting. Judges are mandatory reporters, and so if we learn of an ethical violation, we are actually required to report it. We're governed by a judicial code of conduct, and as a lawyer, I was governed by the code of conduct for lawyers, and I have no qualms about reporting, because I think it goes to the core of trust and confidence in the entire system.
Excellent.
Likewise, I have never been in a circumstance where I've had to report. However, I have had a number of circumstances as a criminal defense attorney where I've had to withdraw from cases due to conflicts within that particular case, and each and every time I did. As Judge Velazquez has indicated, we have rules that prescribe that type of activity, and I will and would report if the situation ever arose.
Good. I'm happy to hear that. My other question I want to touch on, you guys touched a little bit on mental health and wellness here in the territory. We've had the director for the Bureau here several times, and she shared that approximately 40% of the inmates have mental issues. And unfortunately, because we don't have mental facilities here, it's almost like the judicial system and the prison system has now been utilized as the de facto mental location to leave people. How, as judges, do you handle that when you know this is a health issue versus something potentially criminal? And what are your potential solutions for that? Because we could talk about the problem, but I also want to know how we could solve it.
Senators, this is such a serious issue, because we have so many people, and it has two sides of the coin, because on the one hand, you have a person who has committed an offense against the people, and so the police department, they have no choice but to take action. But it becomes immediately apparent once they're brought before the court that there is more to the story. And I believe, well, myself, and I believe all of the other judges that I have observed are very keen to the issue and starts to make immediate inquiries and hold the defense and the prosecution responsible for taking additional steps. I just had a recent case, I will just tell you without saying the names, for example, where the reports have not been submitted, and so the parties are like, well, why is this on the calendar? I said, because you need to come and tell me what you're going to do. And so I think it's up to the court. We're not mental health professionals. We can't really drive that bus, but we can kind of push it along by holding the prosecution's feet to the fire to make sure that this person doesn't just stay in prison. I have entered orders to show cause, because if we say someone needs to be moved, they need to be moved. And what I consistently remind the government is that regardless of what this person's mental status is, this is someone's child.
Exactly.
It's someone's brother, father, and they need to be dealt with like individuals. And so the way I deal with it, I cannot unfortunately give you solutions because it's really a health issue.
Yes.
But the way I deal with it is ensure that the government is not injecting more delay. We have the Behavioral Act, and we try to hold them to that. And if the person can no longer be subjected to the criminal justice system, they need to take the appropriate steps, whether it's filing a petition before the family court for guardianship or sending them to an appropriate facility. Oftentimes, unfortunately, the cases may simply be dismissed, which means the person will go back on the street and will reoffend and will be back in again.
Exactly.
Thank you for the question. This question is very intimate for me because those are my clients who, particularly when I was a local defender, where the criminal justice system was used as a revolving door, where they would be consistently taken in, medicated, do okay for a while. Once they're released, they come back again. As a judge, the only remedy that is at our disposal is to ensure that we keep the case moving along. Fortunately for me, in the family division, when we think about things like mental health, individuals are before me when there is an involuntary commitment. And so baked and built into the family rules of procedure, built and baked into the statutory framework under the domestic relations is for them to have evaluations and reports. And so fortunately, I will not have to preside over circumstances in which individuals are not getting the help that they need, because those evaluations are made part and parcel with the rules before me.
Okay. Well, I heard my time called, so I'm going to wrap up. But I want to thank both of you for your candid answers, Judge Velazquez and Ms. Turnbull. And I will definitely be supporting your nomination today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. At this time, the chair will recognize Vice Chair and Acting Senate President, Senator Kenneth Gittins, for your 5 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Afternoon.
How y'all doing, nominees?
Good afternoon.
I don't think there's anything left for me to ask. You guys were exceptional. The testimonies were on point, and I apologize. The chair just said, don't refer to the ladies as guys. I apologize. But you ladies were exceptional. The testimonies were on point. It almost just addressed everything that you would want to ask in an interview for your background to just ensure your suitability and qualifications for the position in which you were nominated for. While you look at a resume, you could see qualifications, but during the interaction and hearing the other thoughts and whatnot, you realize, quite suitable for the position for real that they were nominated for. So as I sat here and I listened to the responses back and forth, the amount of assessments and triaging that I heard, I almost thought that I was listening to the nomination for some folks to go to Wang Louis and Roy Schneider Hospital or something. But we know that our justice system deserves that type of attention as well. So thank you, first of all, for your willingness to accept the nomination in which you were nominated for. Now, y'all heard so much about the case loads and everything like that, but I wanted to ask Magistrate Velazquez, coming from the bench already, the magistrate bench, compared with this level, now moving on to the step up. Just tell me what strategy you use to keep your docket moving, because I like the numbers that you told us about in your testimony, and that's what I'm saying. There ain't nothing really left to ask. So I trying to find something to ask, so they don't say that I was prejudiced, because your husband and I work directly together. He supervised me at one point, and then we ended up, that was in white-collar crime, and then we ended up running the Internal Affairs Bureau together. He was a commander, I was a supervisor. But tell me what strategies you'll use to keep your docket moving the way that you do efficiently.
Thank you, Senator. Well, I think anyone who knows me and who has worked alongside me know that I am an obsessive worker. I have a very strong work ethic, and I set goals. I'm going to tell you a quick joke if I can. I remember when I was clerking with Judge Cabret, now Justice Cabret. Mm-hmm. She suggested to me that I take an afternoon off, and I said, no, I have a deadline. She was like, well, who gave you that deadline? She said, I didn't give you any deadline. I said, no, I have. I had to show her for every case I was assigned. I was like, this should take this amount of days. That's how I work. So I intend to continue that, and what I will do is hold myself, even though it's not mandatory, to the time standards implemented by the court to the extent possible. I will additionally hold not only myself accountable, but also the attorneys who appear before me by holding them to keeping their cases moving and requiring that if they are trying to continue a case, that they have a good reason for doing so. So those are the major steps that I will implement. I will also assess my cases early, as I previously alluded to.
You're assessing again?
Well, you have to assess and constantly touch those cases, because if not, they're going to stay buried.
That was just a joke. It was about the assessing and the triaging. That's all. But thank you for that response. And I've always admired the way you move from Central High School. I was there when you were teaching there, as you know. I was a good student, right? Tell them. Say it on the record, but we'll skip that. But the both of you, Madam Chair, thank you. This is her courtroom, but it's my time right now, right? But the both of you, I think y'all are so smart. Y'all using some buzzwords, in this case, some key names that if I was on the fence, I would know that I have to support the nomination. Because you just spoke about Justice Cabret, and I have some stories with her as well. When I was a police officer, and I beg your indulgence, Madam Chair.
You could proceed with wrap up.
I'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
Before I move to.
Yes, thank you so kindly.
You want to give me a chance? Thank you. I'd like you to continue to be on your best behavior today. I was saying Justice Cabret, near and dear to me, as she taught from the bench as well. And moving over to Attorney Turnbull, well-rounded man. When you're going to talk about clocking for one of the brightest jurists there is in these Virgin Islands, Justice Swan, he's still doing research, turning page by page, because, he used to read everything. Every time he go in, he got these books and books. I had to tell him one time when he was a judge back then, now he's a justice, I said, Judge, you got computer? He said, computer? This is my computer, it's right here. He read everything, and I think he's still doing it. But I know that you two come well-rounded. And just to ask you one question, because I got the call on you already too. I got a call from my godfather. I would say my godfather, I wouldn't identify who, right? And he said, listen, you got one of the best and brightest coming down to you. She good. Trust me, godson, she good. That's all I got. You used to work with him at Public Defender. But coming from your previous professional background, any challenges you anticipate in transitioning to the bench?
No. And I say that because this is me taking on just a different role. And the same things that guided me as a public defender, fairness, working hard, integrity, upholding my ethical obligations, thoroughly reviewing facts, applying law. It is just me doing it from a neutral position. When I was a public defender, I had a duty to my client, and I had obligations to produce the best outcome for that client. My duty as a judge is to the process, ensuring that it's transparent and fair, ensuring that every litigant and every person present in my courtroom feels heard and understood, and employing empathy in my job. And so nothing has changed, just the duty that I'm owed.
Thank you for your responses today. And I love your response to the good Senator at Large as well, as you spoke about assessing the caseloads and how the numbers might not necessarily be what you think they are, but you explained it well. Your background in your testimony and your resume and everything today tells a true story. And that's why Virgin Islands history is so important. And we just had that conversation yesterday in the education hearing. And that's why at times I like to do resolutions honoring and commending our people when they have done so much in these islands. You have a story to tell as a young person, and I could see you really fly in the skies. Congratulations to both of you. Thank you both for your willingness again to serve in the capacity. And Judge Velazquez, happy birthday to your dad as well, who served right here in this institution. At one time growing up as a child, that's the only name that I knew as a senator. No, Bill Harvey, Bill Harvey. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And you all get away today, the chair must be in a good mood, don't say I say. Because in the courtroom, you don't get to clap either. But she allowed you all to do it today. But before you all leave too, I want to hear something skewy or something going on in the place. Man, I have to quiet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Kenneth Gittins. I do see a senator in the St. Croix conference room, the chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis, welcome to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Would you like to ask any questions of the nominees?
Are you recognizing me at this time?
I sure am. That's what I was trying to do, and I saw you settling in, so I was hoping that the vice chair, because you know he talks a little long, he would be able to talk longer, so have you settle in. Are you settled in, or you want me to proceed with asking my questions?
You could proceed, and I'll come after you.
Okay, good. That's communication, no problem. So I wanted to be able to ask you ladies, know that I find you very dynamic. Both of you have really gone through a lot of challenges in your life, and you have been able to overcome. I want to say, Judge Velazquez, this is my first time remembering meeting you. because we met when Justice Ketanji Brown was here last year, and it was a very historical moment. And one of the things that stuck out to me in your testimony is that you grew up in public housing. So did I.
Yes.
And also that you lived in Montbijou. That's where I stayed when I was very young, and visiting my family members in St. Croix. So I love staying in Montbijou. You also mentioned that you were raised by a single parent. And even with that, you took your two children with you to law school, and you turned night sometimes into day. And so I really admire that. That tells me about your tenacity and the grit that you have to be a public servant and to return back home after earning your law degree to give back. And now you, Attorney Turnbull, I've had an extensive conversation with you. Know that I know your father a long time, and your mother, as well as your elder brother. But you mentioned that you had a mentor, I will term her as, and the person who you are going to be replacing as a family court judge, in that of Judge Deborah Smith Watlington. I also know that lady, that strong lady. And you also are a mother. And you have worked as a public defender, defending. Now, both of you have worked on either side of the aisle, one as a prosecutor most of the career, and the other as a defender. Now, I'm going to be a little partial. I am more usually on the side of the defender. The defender to uphold a person's right under the Constitution. And that's always tantamount to me because sometimes we have the tendency of dismissing human beings and dismissing their worth because you may not know them or where they come from. And I think when we look at justice and how we are able to carry out it, both of you ladies have answered my colleagues' questions regarding that level of impartiality and that level of being able to look at the law and read the law and carry it out from there. And I deeply appreciate that. And so in looking at your background, what would you say, I want to see how I could term this. What would you say relative to the level of discipline? Now, we have an entity within the court system that disciplines lawyers. And, there is this sense that lawyers stick with lawyers and uphold lawyers. And same goes for doctors, they defend doctors. But we have, and it's come to my attention since I've been on this chair, that there are a number of practicing attorneys. I don't know if any of you will have the opportunity or maybe have served on the disciplinary commission. What is your take on that, and how the method, or can we improve what is already in place on the Office of Disciplinary Counsel or the commission? We'll start with you, Attorney Turnbull.
Well, I've never served on the disciplinary council, but I think if I could restate your question, is the question, what can we do to improve lawyers from having to be forwarded to the disciplinary council?
I think it's twofold,
Okay.
forwarded and expelling the discipline, because as you may be aware, there are times, and I'm sure the Bar Association president could even expound on it, there are times that we have lawyers who take advantage of our clients, of our people. in the rendering of services. They take advantage, not in a good way. So how would you work with that? Or when you are put in that place, how do you see, maybe in your experience, that could be handled?
Well, I think being a part of the judiciary, I would caution, I guess, relative to what I personally would do as a judge. There are procedures in place for attorneys who are not following the professional responsibility and forwarding them to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel by making bar complaints and the like. I think one of the ways to combat issues with attorneys and them not following the rules is through exposure to training. We have an ethics credits and a certain amount of ethics credits that we are to have each biannually. And so I think just exposure to training and making sure attorneys get the appropriate CLEs would be the way to combat them being forwarded. Once they're there, I put it in the hands of the Office of Disciplinary Counsel and their committee to make the determination on whether or not attorneys should be expelled. The number one leading cause, mostly of attorneys being forwarded to the council, is a lack of communication. Lack of communication with clients. As part of the judiciary, we're not involved in that, and so I would refrain from putting forth a position that me as a judge would do for attorneys in those circumstances.
Okay, very good, very well said. Judge Velazquez, your position?
I did serve on the Board of Professional Responsibility and in other capacities before the structure changed. And so I do believe there is a system in place. However, I believe perhaps where the void may lie, maybe in public education, because addressing attorney disciplinary issues rely on us having the beginning of the process, the initiation, which is a report, right? So a lot of things could be happening perhaps, and the persons may not know that they can or should report it and to whom. But once that is done, we also have to keep in mind that lawyers, even the misbehaving ones, also have a right to due process and to a fair process before we get to the resolution. And so that process can take some time, and perhaps that is something that could be looked at, whether the time may be too extended and whether that is causing us to lose the trust and confidence of the public we're serving. But there is a process in place, and public information needs to be perhaps improved so that the public knows where to report misconduct.
And I agree with both of you. Those are very great responses, because you said something, Judge, everyone is entitled to due process. Isn't that a constitutional right?
Absolutely.
And sometimes we do not afford people that ability to do the process. I really have to dig down on it. It is an issue for me. If persons come together and they make an agreement, I think you should respect that. But I have one final question. Both of you are going to be transitioning. When you are during your investiture, you don't do a swearing, you do an investiture, correct?
Correct.
And in your investiture, you're going to be replacing 2 experienced sitting judge. Attorney Turnbull, how do you see your transition into that role? Because now you have a sitting judge, experienced sitting family judge, who is a former presiding judge, and she's not going to be there to help you with that transition. How do you see that your day one is going to look like? Because now you're going to be inheriting all of these cases and looking at how you're going to now be able to navigate and begin serving and adjudicating cases.
Well, I feel very confident in my abilities to navigate the family division. I have handled a rather large caseload when I was at the local public defender's office. And so hard work and a lot of work and transition is not alien to me. And so and some of the answers that we gave before, which is you have to come into any particular role assessing what is there so that you can have the knowledge base and then begin to organize and prioritize your first plan of attack. But I'm not doing this in a silo. There is also a family judge that is sitting, and she's in St. Croix, and that is the Honorable Jessica Gallivan, who has already extended and offered her support to me for my time of transition. And in addition to Judge Gallivan, is all of the judges on the Superior Court bench, whether in St. Thomas or St. Croix. I could speak to Judge Velazquez and I. We just recently met a week ago, and and it's been wonderful. And so there's a camaraderie and there's a human resource in the judges. And so I won't be doing it alone. And I believe that my background has more than adequately prepared me for this.
Well said. And that is exactly what I hoped you would say, that the judges, we do it here also. So I don't want anyone to get the misinterpretation that we don't be talking. We do talk here as well. And we do have our little wordplays, but at the core, it is to be able to carry out the people's business and to see that our people are served. You, Judge Velazquez, and then I'll go to Senator Francis, who's been waiting patiently.
Absolutely, Senator. I believe Attorney Turnbull hit the nail on the head. We work, we are a team, we are the Superior Court team. I see the Clerk of Court is in the St. Croix District, very good Clerk of Court, and so we rely on each other, and I have no hesitation in asking for help. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I have received so much mentorship over the years, and I do the same in return whenever I have the opportunity. And so I will be leaning on the other judges as appropriate. We also meet regularly, by the way, to discuss and try to resolve pressing issues that affect all of the courts. And so that is what I will do.
Thank you so much for your responses. I know I definitely will be voting in your favor at the appropriate time. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes. And if you need more, you will be afforded so.
Wow. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, they're correct. You're in a good mood today. So I love that. I believe that these two professionals that before you brought out the best in you. So congratulations to them and congratulations to you. I want to say that I'm not a member of this committee, but I want to say good afternoon to everyone. Certainly, I felt compelled to be here today in the consideration of Magistrate Venetia Harvey Velazquez, as well as Attorney Melanie Turnbull. And of course, good afternoon to the Clerk of the Court, all of the viewing and listening audience, as well as Bar President Ross Pate. Good afternoon to you. I too want to say that I'm very much in support of these two governor's nominee. Of course, Ms. Magistrate Venetia Harvey Velazquez. Again, I felt compelled to be here today because my mother and your mother will be disappointed in me if I was not here to support your nomination. Is that correct?
That's right.
I really want to say that I believe that we're in good hands. I believe that the governor has made two excellent nominations and two daughters of the soil. I definitely don't have any questions about your suitability or qualifications to get the job done. I wanted to talk a little bit about the elephant in the room, which is really the delay cases before the court. And I know that you heard that several times today, and it is a real issue that my office, as well as this community, continue to discuss. I heard your responses. As a matter of fact, it was very thought-provoking by both of you, and kind of opened up my eyes a little bit more to what's happening in that space that's creating the delay. However, I wanted to know what mechanism have you developed or are you discussing, contemplating in regards to being able to keep the complainants, the petitioners, the victims advised of what's going on in this court process. Again, it's a level of frustration in our community. I think it's so important that they're kept in the loop. So what mechanism are you developing to be able to keep them in the loop?
Senator Godet, you raised such an important issue, and that is a lot of the dissatisfaction is probably arising because litigants are not being kept in the loop. Unfortunately, if those litigants are represented parties, it's not really in the court's purview or even authority, perhaps, to directly communicate with those litigants. It's really the responsibility of their attorneys to keep them in the loop. But it's an important issue. One of the ways we can handle that, perhaps, but it is a bit unusual, is to direct prompting orders. Direct that prompting orders also be served on the litigants, even if they are represented. But at the end of the day, the attorneys are responsible. What I would do, however, to ensure that at least the cases are moving, is to make sure that I hold myself, as I said in my statement, hold myself to the time standards that the court has developed. Because if we do so, I think we will all be on good foot. And the reason for that is because when we developed those time standards, it was not done in a vacuum. It was done based on research, based on consultation with the NCSC, and then adaptation to this jurisdiction's needs to ensure that we were adopting what are presumptively reasonable time standards. And I think it's incumbent upon each judicial officer to implement and hold themselves to whatever standards they believe they can actually fulfill. And that's what I would do primarily.
Thank you, Attorney Turnbull.
Thank you, Senator. In addition to holding ourselves accountable to the differentiated management system, I would try to resolve the cases in the family division through alternative routes. We do have the American Mediation Association. I also know that the Virgin Islands Department of Justice also has a mediation division, which would take a number of cases outside of being before the judge, in which individuals can get a resolution, and that will go a long way in improving case flow. As far as the communication, I agree with Judge Velazquez. As judges, we are prohibited from having that type of communication, particularly with represented individuals. However, I do want to adopt the brown bag lunch that happened in the district court. And so while I was a litigant in the district court, they would often have brown bag luncheons, which were informal discussions between the bench and the bar, where the bench got to give the bar its expectations, unfold or roll out new rules. And so in these informal meetings or these informal brown bag lunches where we offer CLE credit, I would ensure that the practitioners that are before me in the family division understand the expectations, understand the rules, that they're adequately informed, which can go a long way to alleviating some of the stopgaps that happen with things like defective pleadings and the like. And so those would be my solutions.
Very well, Madam Chair. Thank you for your responses. Madam Chair, was my time called?
It was not, sir.
Okay, certainly don't want to abuse that. I know it's a little bit early in your tenure, but I wanted to ask you, certainly in 1987 when Judge Cabret, now Justice Cabret, started, I started the same time as a law enforcement officer. Some 38 years later, we're still around, and I'm now seeing the new wave of individuals that's now assuming the responsibility of being our judge or judgeship in the territory. What legacy are you contemplating? What would you like to be known for or remembered for, some 30 years down the road, once you complete these assignments?
That's an excellent question. What I would like to be my legacy, honestly, is to have a body of well-reasoned opinions that can actually withstand the test of time. and that provide guidance to the bar and citizenry as to how our laws are interpreted. But I would also like to walk away from this job, should I assume it, knowing that I had left it in a better state than I found it. And that includes moving the case docket, but it also includes carrying myself and operating my courtroom in a manner that engenders trust and confidence in the judiciary, because I believe we're at a crossroads in that area, nationally and locally.
Attorney Turnbull?
Yes. Likewise, I believe that what I ultimately would like to be known for is the manner in which I engage with our community. When individuals appear before me, I'll be presiding over the most intimate parts of their life. And the decisions that I make will have lasting effects for generations. And so who I determine gets custody, who I determine is allowed to be a guardian, that can have a ripple effect for decades. And so I would like to be known for a judge that had empathy, understanding, disciplined reasoning in her rulings, and a judge that made me feel heard. When a lot of individuals appear in court, more than just the clients that I represented, even the individuals that just came to support them. It could be a family member that's just sitting in the well. And even in that role of sitting in the courtroom, they have oftentimes felt so nervous and scared and overwhelmed. I want a legacy where individuals can come into the courtroom and feel comfortable, confident, and leave feeling cared for, that the judge cared, she listened, she respected them. And so when I think of, I think about the relationships that I will affect and making sure that that is done in a just way.
Thank you very much for your responses. Again, I'm not a member of this committee, but certainly at session, you do have my vote, but more importantly, you have my support as part of that larger village out here, supporting you to be able to get this job, this Herculean task done. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis, for those probing questions. Do I hear a motion? Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, colleagues, and people of the Virgin Islands, I move that the nomination of Venetia H. Velazquez, the governor's nominee to the Superior Court Division of St. Croix, be voted upon favorably here in this Rules and Judiciary Committee and be forwarded to the full body of the 36th Legislature. I so move.
The nomination of the Honorable Venetia H. Velazquez, the governor's nominee for judge of the Superior Court in the St. Croix District, has been moved properly by Senator Kenneth Gittins, seconded by Senators Avery Lewis, Joseph, Francis Heiliger, Bocas. Roll call on the nomination of the Honorable Venetia H. Velazquez.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Yeah. Senator Bocas Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph. Yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr. Yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis. Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee the Honorable Venetia H. Velazquez for Judge of the Superior Court for the Division of St. Croix has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I heard you. It was a little hard to hear you as well. We had so much applause.
Motion.
Senator Lewis, so give me a little leeway, allow. Senator Lewis, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, people of the Virgin Islands, listening and viewing audience, we should have done this 2 hours ago. I move that the nomination of Miss Melanie L. Turnbull, Esquire, Governor's nominee for Judge of the Virgin Islands Superior Court Family Division of the St. Thomas St. John be voted upon favorably in this Committee of Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
The nomination of Ms. Melanie L. Turnbull, Esquire, the Governor's nominee for Judge of the Virgin Islands Superior Court, has been properly moved by Senator Lewis, seconded by Senators Velazquez, Gittins, Joseph, and Heiliger. Roll call on the nomination of Attorney Turnbull.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr. Yea. Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Amma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Yes. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair.
For further and action. At this time, if we can settle ourselves, I would love to be able to give the nominees opportunity, as well as Mr. Russell Pate, an opportunity to present 60 seconds closing remark. Let's begin with Judge Velazquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for such a positive discourse today and for having the opportunity to appear before you. I want to once again thanks to the Governor, thank you to the Governor, Albert Bryan Jr., for this opportunity. A special thank you to my family, my husband, Edminio, my 2 children, Kurt and Ariane, and especially to the illustrious Elias, my grandson. Thank you to the staff of the Superior Court, whose professionalism I have relied upon this past year. I treasure you. You all have made my tenure as a magistrate judge both fulfilling and productive. And I want to say that I will certainly not disappoint the support and the confidence that you have placed in me today, should I be confirmed.
And thank you so much for those closing remarks. Attorney Pate, we are going to be closing out really quickly. We have a full agenda, so we're going to ask you to allow us to close out, absent your closing remarks, because we have a really full agenda and given the time we've spent on these nominations. Attorney Turnbull, you are recognized for your closing remarks.
Thank you. I, too, would like to thank you, Madam Chair, the Rules and Judiciary Committee, I would also like to thank all of my family, my friends, the sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha that showed out in great force today. A special thank you to my sons, Mosey and Judah, who have given me so much fight and vigor. I'd also like to thank my clients. I believe I'm here before you because of my clients. They have pushed me, made me go to trial, sharpened me, and forced me to be the litigator that I've ended up becoming. To all the shoulders that I've stood on before, my church family, my colleagues that are here, it's just too many to name. I am so humbled. I'm so honored. And I'm committed to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Attorney Turnbull, for those closing remarks. Ladies, you are both released from your testimony and present before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. The committee will stand, as well as you, Attorney Pate, the committee will stand in recess for 10 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record Block 2 of today's agenda.
Block 2, Mrs. Jennifer M. Matarangas-King, Governor's nominee to be Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 2 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, before us we have Mrs. Jennifer M. Matarangas-King, who is the Governor's nominee for a very important department, which brings in revenues to our government and supports our community, the Department of Tourism. Welcome, Ms. Matarangas-King, to the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers, and we will consider your nomination now. Before, and as I mentioned to you, we're going to swear you in.
Yes.
We're going to ask, and I'm going to administer the oath. We're going to ask you to please stand, raise your right hand, and at the end, you will say, I do, or I don't. But I'm sure you will say, I do. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, and that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief? I do. Thank you so much. Kindly be seated. Let's make sure your mic is working. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's working perfectly. Thank you, media. Ms. Matarangas-King, that's a mouthful. Matarangas-King, kindly proceed with reading your submitted testimony into the record.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, members of the committee, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen in the chamber, and the viewing and listening audience. I'm Jennifer Matarangas-King, Commissioner nominee for the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. First, I'd like to thank God for creating this amazing chance for me to do what I love most, serve my community. I'd like to thank the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for this opportunity, their support, and votes of confidence. I am humbled and honored to appear before you today as Commissioner nominee for the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. I thank the members of this committee for the opportunity to share my qualifications, my vision, and my unwavering commitment to the people and culture of these islands we call home. I was born in 1970 at the Charles Howard Memorial Hospital on the island of St. Croix to Agatha Gertrude Edwards and Maurice Knight. And I will have a shameless plug. In PR, we talk about things being powered by. Please note that much of my story is powered by my amazing mother, Agatha Gertrude Edwards. My educational journey began at Theodora Dumbavin Moravian School, where I entered kindergarten, and continued at Proby Larson Elementary School, where I was honored to be a part of the academically talented class. This formative experience cultivated my intellectual curiosity, discipline, and enduring love for learning. It was during these early years that I embraced the values of community, resilience, and service, principles that have guided my personal and professional life ever since. I graduated from St. Dunstan's Episcopal School in 1987 and pursued higher education at Smith College in Massachusetts, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree with a double major in English Literature and Afro-American Studies. I later obtained a Master of Arts in Organizational Communication from Howard University, where I also completed doctoral coursework. My academic achievements were recognized through multiple honors, including placement on the College Dean's List, the National Dean's List, and designation as an All-American Scholar. Throughout my academic journey, I consistently sought to complement classroom learning with real-world experience. I held positions in customer care, managed small retail operations, served as a media relations intern at U.S. News & World Report, and taught at my alma mater, Howard University. Each of these roles enriched my understanding of leadership, communication, and service, shaping the way I empower teams and engage with stakeholders today. As a native Virgin Islander, one of the greatest honors and opportunities of my life is to be able to step into this role and showcase our home to the world as one of the best places to visit. My background in marketing, communications, government, and community relations, developed over 3 decades of professional experience, include more than 26 years with VIA, has provided me with the expertise and transferable skills necessary to lead our tourism strategy with both creativity and discipline. Throughout my career, I have learned that the most impactful progress comes from strong partnerships, clear communication, and a deep respect for the people and communities we serve. Those principles continue to guide me every day as I work to advance the Department of Tourism's mission. My tenure at VIA allowed me to work across multiple sectors: technology, media, government affairs, and community engagement, each of which strengthened my ability to navigate complex challenges, manage large-scale projects, and foster collaboration among diverse stakeholders. Whether overseeing corporate transformation as president and general manager of innovative cable TV, or leading public relations and community giving initiatives that connected businesses and families across the territory, my focus has always been on service, transparency, and impact. Those same values inform the way I now approach tourism leadership by ensuring that our growth as a destination also strengthens the social and economic fabric of our islands. Before assuming this role, I served as a board member of the St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association from 2005 to 2009. I remained actively engaged with the broader USVI hospitality sector by ensuring VIA's continued participation as an allied member, recognizing the essential role of technology in enhancing tourism and guest experiences. As commissioner, I think I will bring a global perspective and a deep local understanding, I know that every policy we advance and every campaign we launch must ultimately benefit the people who call the Virgin Islands home. That means creating meaningful opportunities for our residents, promoting our culture with authenticity, and building an industry that is resilient, inclusive, and future-focused. My academic training in communications and organizational leadership, paired with decades of hands-on experience in public and private sectors, has taught me how to build consensus, motivate teams, and transform ideas into measurable results. It is also deeply personal for me. I grew up on St. Croix, surrounded by the warmth, ingenuity, and cultural richness that make our territory so very special. To now have the opportunity to tell that story to the world, to elevate the voices of Virgin Islanders, showcase our artists, chefs, and entrepreneurs, and ensure that our festivals, traditions, and natural beauty are celebrated globally is profoundly meaningful. Throughout my career, I have been honored to receive recognitions from the community that embody the principles I deeply value: leadership, service, and a commitment to community. Notable among these are the Virgin Islands Democratic Party Mario de Chabert Trailblazer Award in 2006, the New Horizons Democratic Club Women of Influence 2012, Paul Harris Fellow for Rotary Club of St. Croix in 2013, Rotary Club of St. Croix Vocational Award in 2014, 10 Sleepless Nights, 7 Women, 7 Purpose honoree in 2015, Women Striving for Success Presidential Award in 2017, the 175th Committee honors Dozen Moses on International Women's Day 2024, St. John's Episcopal Church 264th Year of Rededication honoree 2024, and most recently, last month, Sager Farms Bush Cook Chef Cook, I was an honoree for the work that I've been doing with them in 2025. These honors represent more than individual achievements. They embody the shared spirit and resilience that propel our islands toward a brighter future. As I move forward in this role, I'm committed to maintaining a balance between progress and preservation. We will continue to expand our partnerships, invest in workforce development, and enhance the visitor experience while protecting the culture, environment, and heritage that defines us. Tourism is not just an economic driver, it's a shared expression of who we are as a people. I am deeply proud to represent the U.S. Virgin Islands in this capacity and remain steadfast in my commitment to ensuring that our tourism success benefits every island, every community, and every Virgin Islander. In my first 30 days as Commissioner Nominee of Tourism, I have focused on retaining the strength of our tourism department through deliberate action, collaboration, and accountability. Recognizing the crucial role that air and sea access play in attracting visitors, I engaged directly with airline executives and my team during airline meetings at Routes America, positioning the U.S. Virgin Islands as a strong and reliable partner for increased airlift. We also held strategic meetings with cruise lines and participated in the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association Conference, where our delegation worked to secure greater visibility for the territory in future cruise itineraries and enhance our competitiveness in the Caribbean market. I was proud to represent the U.S. Virgin Islands at the Caribbean Tourism Organization State of the Industry Conference, where we reaffirmed our leadership role in the tourism sector and emphasized the importance of interregional collaboration. These engagements have reinforced our presence as a respected voice in the region, one that continues to advocate for the growth and resilience of Caribbean destinations. Internally, I have placed strong emphasis on strengthening our organizational structure to improve performance and service delivery. We made new hires in St. Croix to support local operations, including 2 new directors of visitors experience, one on St. Croix, one in St. Thomas. We have a new assistant director of festivals for St. Croix. We added a social media specialist. We had one before, and we added another one, and a communications specialist. We have also implemented promotions and restructuring in St. Thomas to ensure that our team is well equipped to meet the evolving demands of the industry. These efforts have evened out our workforce across the districts, modernizing the department, increasing efficiency, and better serving both our residents and visitors. We have also taken tangible steps to enhance the visitor experience at St. Croix's arrival hubs, improving the flow, comfort, and service quality for travelers from the moment they arrive. Collaboration remains at the core of our approach. In the past 3 months, we have conducted numerous meetings with local associations, tourism stakeholders, and community partners to ensure that our efforts align with shared priorities and that the benefits of tourism reach every corner of our territory. Equally important, we have focused on building for the future through strategic partnerships. I'm particularly proud of our collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands on the Wow Wednesday initiative that was held yesterday on St. Croix, one of many new programs designed to engage students in the tourism industry, foster career readiness, and inspire the next generation of Virgin Islanders to contribute to shaping our tourism legacy. In my capacity, in the last 90 days, I've had the privilege to engage with the boards of the St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association and the St. Thomas St. John Hotel and Tourism Association to strengthen industry collaboration. Participate in this certificate ceremony for the Supercharged Training Initiative sponsored by the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association's Education Foundation in support of workforce development. I attended a town hall meeting hosted by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Christiansted Retail and Restaurant Association focused on advancing the administration support for small businesses in Christiansted. Collaborated with the Research and Technology Part and the Community Impact Fund to launch the inaugural Crucian Christmas Festival microloan program aimed at empowering local entrepreneurs. Convened with leadership from the Chambers of Commerce across all districts to foster economic dialogue and partnership. Collectively, these actions represent the continued elevation of and a clear direction for the department. We're moving with purpose, strengthening partnerships, investing in people, and ensuring that the U.S. Virgin Islands continues to shine as a premier destination built on authenticity, excellence, and opportunity for all. As we look to the future of U.S. Virgin Islands tourism, I aim to build on the tremendous momentum of the past 6 years, led by former Commissioner Joseph Bisciolto, whose leadership helped increase airlift and cruise calls, elevate visitor arrivals, yield record-breaking TARF collections, and expand marketing initiatives promoting the territory on a global scale. Together with the dynamic and the diligent Department of Tourism staff and agency partners, have developed an agenda to continue promoting the U.S. Virgin Islands as a premier tourism destination in all viable tourist markets worldwide, as mandated by the U.S. Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Executive Chapter 19. Our global marketing efforts, which include leading the region in innovative sports, lifestyle, and entertainment partnerships, utilizing emerging marketing tactics, integrated media relations, social and influencer campaigns, and authentically showcasing our most valuable asset, our people, will undoubtedly continue, even expanding when needed and appropriate. We have the comprising some of the greatest minds who not only understand the industry, but also possess extensive experience and industry knowledge, which gives us a competitive advantage in terms of limitless growth potential. We will also continue to participate in key industry trade shows, including Routes, World and Americas, Kappa Airline Leaders Summit, World Travel Market, Trav Media's International Media Marketplace, International Powwow, Sea Trade, Travel and Adventure, National Association of Black Hotel Owner Operators and Developers Conference. CHTA Marketplace, IMEX, Caribbean Hotel Investment Conference and Operations Summit, Caribbean Hospitality Industry Exchange Forum, and National Association of Black Journalists Annual Convention. Additionally, we will maintain our membership in key associations, including the Caribbean Tourism Organization, the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, and Brand USA. Not to be forgotten, I also aim to expand and propel what I call the ground game, our ground game efforts, including local connectivity with those directly and indirectly tied to the tourism industry, underscoring my homegrown campaign. VI means vested interest, centered on building community accountability, excitement, and action to contribute to our destination's success. Tied to local elevation is a destination optimization program, which to date has increased local business presence on Google, making it easier for visitors to find the gems we know exist on our islands. This winter, the program will continue. It's been very effective, and it will continue by making a more dedicated, concerted effort on the island of St. Croix, providing free services, including coaching and photography, to elevate businesses' Google listings. In closing, I would like to thank the members of the committee for allowing me the time and opportunity to present my qualifications, recent achievements, and future goals as I look forward to assuming the role of the role of Commissioner of the Department of Tourism. My passion for my home, our home, will underscore my efforts in showcasing the U.S. Virgin Islands to the world. As a child of immigrants, whose hardworking mother and father hailed from St. Kitts and Barbados, respectively, I am truly humbled by this opportunity. And I will never take it for granted. I know my parents are looking down on me and smiling. Okay. Tourism is a cornerstone of our economy, and our vested interest in its sustenance and growth supports us all. The work has already begun, and together we will keep it going. Thank you to everyone who has been a part of the journey with me. I would like to say a special thank you to Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, and the Bryan Roach administration. My only daughter, Alexis Matarangas-King, who's in grad school, but I know she's watching. Thank you so much for being my most amazing supporters and cheerleaders. Team Matarangas-King is pretty powerful. I'd like to thank my sister, Sherry Myers, and her husband, Ezek Myers, who are here today. Thank you so much for always being there for me and always offering wise counsel, love, and support. And I'm really, really looking forward to where we're going to go. We have amazing support. We have a lot of passion in the department, and I think we're just getting started. We're great. We're going to get even better. I'd also like to thank former Commissioner Joseph Bisciotti for his support during this transition. And last but definitely not least, a heartfelt appreciation to the members of the community for the amazing round of support that I've received in the territory and abroad. I've been overwhelmed by the votes of confidence over the past 3 months as I embarked on this new journey. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Joseph. I am available for any questions that you and the members of this esteemed body may have today. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Soon, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is going to be known as the committee that brings tears to our nominees' eyes. And it happens because of the position and you noticing that your hard work has been paying off, and two loved ones aren't here on earth to see that you are achieving and continue to achieve in the line of work that you have been called and you're purposely driven to do. Colleagues, we are going to have 5 minutes, one round of 5 minutes of questioning of the governor's nominee for Commissioner to the Department of Tourism. And with that being said, we will begin with Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Lewis, kindly proceed with your 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Matarangas-King.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, tourism in the back. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening out there. I had come in this afternoon because I was so sure that Tanya and everybody here were going to be giving out treats from tourism, but I ain't got shot, I ain't get nothing, Mr. Ian here, all man, and he call back, say, they're in a good mood, let's keep it going. But anyway, thank you for being here. And I really thank you for stepping up to the call. Because tourism, people look at tourism as just one aspect, but it's just a big,
It's a lot.
well-oiled machine and makes a lot of things happen. When a lot of things don't be complete in the Virgin Islands, tourism is a department that completes it. So I thank you and I thank the team as well. But I'd like to ask a few questions. I only got 5 and I don't take 2. So tourism success is strongest to me when locals or residents feel included. What strategies will you implement to ensure that small businesses, artisans, and community-based organizations are more directly integrated into the tourism economy?
Thank you for that great question. I feel like you have been looking at the things that we have been doing. So going back to the vested interest, I think we've done a great job of bringing people to our shores, but the visitor's experience is a big part of what is going to, when they leave, we want them to come back. We want people who are repeat visitors. And so a big part of what we're doing is being inclusive in so many ways. I mean, everything from engaging, starting with children, engaging our students at CTEC and at the university. We had an event yesterday at the university, and it served several different purposes. One, to get our students at the university excited about festival and being a part of the culture and engaging in different ways. 2, we use it as an opportunity for them to engage with us, to learn more about what we do. But we're also heading into the festival season where we're looking for volunteers. We think it's a great opportunity for them to learn more about tourism. And we are really thinking about what's the next generation of our industry going to look like? Who will be managing the hotels? Who will be owning the restaurants? And so for us, it's starting young. That's one part of it. But going back to engagement with businesses, as I mentioned to you, the Preferred Partner Program, where we actually offer free services to you to help promote your business. We are very engaged and involved. I'll give an example on St. Croix. Our office is in the heart of Christiansted. So when we met recently with the Christiansted restaurant and retail owners, the things that were of importance to them, who feels it knows it, they know that we're there with them. So we're involved in so many different collaborations with RT Park, UVI, the list goes on and on. Some of the things you've heard about already, but you'll be seeing more. But for us, while it's great that we look great outside, people in the territory, they need to know what we're doing. We need to be visible, and you're going to be seeing a lot from us as we move forward.
So my second to last question is, you mentioned the Destination Optimization Program, right? To help local businesses improve their Google listings.
Right.
How will you expand the department digital transformation and online visibility to better reach younger travelers and tech-savvy audiences?
Oh, I think we're already, well, first of all, one of the things I'm most proud of is really expanding the team internally. So we had an amazing social media person when I got there, and since then we've added another and a communication specialist. So you're going to be seeing a lot more content in different ways. We're going to be communicating directly, and not just obviously with locals, but with everyone who's coming in, whether it's using local influencers. You'll see a lot of engagement during festival, but having a dedicated crew on island, we are able to capture images and to really create that excitement on any given day. I'll give an example. Recently, we've had military ships that have come in, and as I mentioned on Monday, those are also, it's not a cruise ship, but they're here for R&R. Their experience is important because we want them to go back and talk about their experience and encourage their...
Come back in their leisure time.
Yes, exactly. With their families.
Yeah.
With their families. And so we
And
were
friends.
able... we were able, because we have an in-house communications team, we were able to go out and capture a lot of great content. I think the more people see what we're doing locally and also off-island, it's going to create that excitement. And I think that's why the vested interest piece is important, because everyone needs to understand tourism is not a building or the 30-something people. It's a small group. We have a lot to do. We are all a part of the experience. And so if we want to continue to grow, one of the things I will tell you, when I talk to people and they say what they love about the USVI, beaches are great. Certain parts of the culture they love, but it's the people. It's the people. It's the people.
So I'll just close by asking this last question to you. Hate to actually send your big day today, but I just have to say this. I am a fan of the Department of Tourism. I come from administrator's role, and I know the work of tourism. When a lot of people sleeping, this team walking. These people going through the airport looking like somebody saddle them down 4 or 5 big bags. What all of them bag? What I going with? Just help me lift it, Avery. And they're going. When you stop and they put on their presentations, you know, but at times I don't think the department get their due. Because a lot of the negative with the people who come with does cloud the good. But you make a lot of things happen.
Absolutely.
Recently in the news, there's been some, well, I'm going to say it's a misnomer, but I'll put it classified this way. Since you coming on board, there's things that people feel that we don't treat our locals with the same respect that we treat those from abroad or international. How do you think we could quell this, or what do you have in plan to rebrand, or, you know, no more gone are the days that people think this about tourism?
So I think going back to, you know, what I know best in terms of communication and engagement, and I'll just use one example of some of the things that you're going to be seeing more of, where we showcase what we're doing locally, and not just, I think, sometimes people focus on the things that they know. While festivals is an important part of the Department of Tourism, we're working all day, every day. I think sometimes people forget on any given day, you could have an extra 30, 40,000 people between St. Croix and St. Thomas, between all the ports, literally coming in, and we're working, you know, greeters, visitors, I mean, and just everyone, all hands on deck. And so I think it's very easy to forget that we are responsible for quite a lot, not just the big events. So I think for us, it's about sharing that information, doing a lot more behind the scenes, and you're going to be seeing that. I encourage you to follow on social media, but I understand not everyone is on social media, and we are going to work on other ways that we can get much of what we're doing in other places, on television.
Radio?
Absolutely. We have done radio, and we're going to be doing more of that. There's a newsletter, so you're going to be hearing more from us so you can see what a typical day looks like. And I will tell you, it's a lot. So I can't thank my team enough, you know, every day. And I think that's a sign of how great of a job that we do, because you don't hear the stories. But on any given day, think about 20, 30,000 people coming in and all the things that could possibly happen. But we make sure that we manage it.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
I
King.
want to thank the team.
You don't have no more questions out of me, and when the times come wrong, I'll be voting in affirmative for your nomination.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for that line of questioning. The chair will now recognize Senator Avery. I'm sorry. Because both of you begin with an A, begins with an A. Angel Boquez Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to the supporting cast here in the chambers. And good afternoon, central staff. And of course, good afternoon to our nominee for the Department of Tourism, Ms. Jennifer Matarangas-King. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Ms. Matarangas-King, I mean, you have decades of experience in public relations, government affairs, community engagement, a full tenure at VIA, which included likely communications, technology, marketing, and advertising, where you were in the executive leadership role. You led the corporate transformation of the company between companies. You managed large-scale initiatives. build cross-sector partnerships inside and outside of the territory. It's almost like you were made for this job.
Oh, thank you.
As far as I'm concerned. And, you know, I really want to thank you for putting yourself forward, and also thank the governor for choosing someone that I believe will definitely hold this position down, literally. So it's good to have you here with us today. And you've mentioned a few things in your testimony. And I was curious to know if you had a top 3 priorities for the department. And if so, what would they be?
I would definitely say, so the overarching theme, I think, is vested interest, because that's really tying in, making sure that everything is aligned. And a big part of that comes from what's happening on the ground. But I would definitely say the visitor experience, and that's number 1, because we're in a very, very different place. I was at FCCA recently, and something was said, and it's so true, especially for those of you who have been cruising over the decades. I started cruising in the 90s. It's very different. And when a cruise ship comes in, the ship is the destination. Everything is on there. Wow. So if it's a wow on the ship, when you step off, it has to be a wow, and that's what we're striving for. We want to make sure that when people come, they say, we don't want you to come just once. I love stories. There's certain places I go and I love to talk to people. I go to certain establishments and I love to hear people saying, "Ooh, I got married here 20 years ago and I come every year." That's what we want. I think that's what we're striving for. What is so great that doesn't matter what else I do, every year I want to come back to somewhere in the USVI, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. So that's very, very important. The other piece that I think is important is ensuring that our community is fully aware of what we're doing and understanding why we make certain decisions. I think there's a lot of noise sometimes about, well, why did they do this? I think when you build a case for why this is important, many times, not everyone may understand, but I think it's good to communicate. And so there's no misunderstanding, because what people will create and make up is usually very different from what's actually happening. So I think communication is key. And then the other piece that I think is important that will help, and we're moving in the direction of becoming more stringent, is ensuring that financially, we are able to pay our vendors and stay on top of things, because we know that that can affect our reputation. But I feel really good. Over the last 90 days, like I said, we've worked really hard, and the team has really come together to identify some key places that we needed to fill, some key roles. We've been able to do that with some people who are coming into the department with strong credentials, well-known in the community, and they know what to do, so they've hit the ground running. And so I think through that, we should be able to at least deal with those top 3 goals. But there's always more. There's always more.
Thank you. And can you expound just a little bit more on the vested interest campaign?
So vested interest, and it's not an official, it's not like a vibe like no other, so you won't see it out there too many places. It is on my newsletter, and the first newsletter went out. So vested interest is really for everyone to understand that, once again, going back to tourism isn't just, well, that's tourism business. Everything that you do, something as simple as throwing trash on the ground or engagement with people. If you're a restaurant owner, you may think, I just own a restaurant. What does that have to do with tourism? Everything, it's the experience, and oftentimes people don't realize the stories that I love to hear are the stories where it was a little thing that somebody did. Maybe they went into a restaurant and, oh, you don't have that on the menu right now? That's okay. I'll go and make it for you. Little things, how you make people feel, making people feel special, so they'd want to come back. And so I think just making people more aware of their role in the process, particularly business owners, but just all of our roles in the experience of the destination.
Okay. And Madam Chair, if I may have one last wrap-up, please.
You may proceed with wrap-up, Senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. You've now served in the private sector and now in the public sector. And I'm curious to know, especially in government communications, because I'm assuming it will differ from private sector communications in the sense of marketing and so forth. Have you seen any changes in how marketing is done on the public sector side versus the private sector, or are you bringing some different perspectives now to how you market on the public sector side through tourism?
I think there are a lot of things that are similar. One thing I will say in terms of going back into government. I was in government before. I didn't really talk about that too much here, but I was in government before. I always think about our frontline folks. And we're a small team, so we're all pretty much frontline. And I think it's important for everyone to get a sense of what's happening. Employees want to be empowered and know what's happening. And so I find that we're working and building internally in terms of sharing information, and then also making sure that going back to the example I gave, where when we're making certain decisions, not that we're going to share all the details, but give people a sense of, we're making this decision, we're supporting this because this is how it can lead to additional airlift or more visitors coming in. I think those are the kinds of things. So it's internal, sharing information internally, and then also ensuring that our community is aware. So I always believe in you start inside first and then you go outside. So when someone hears about a promotion, it's like, well, there's a promotion, I don't know what's going on. So it's various levels, but also using all forms of media. One of the things working in telecom for years, you're looking at trying to shift behavior, which is very challenging. You have to use all forms of media. Everything is important. Social media, TV, you have to use it all because people consume media in different ways. Some people are radio only. Some people are TV only. Some people consume it all. So making sure that we're covering all of our bases and then also putting ourselves in those spaces where we have a chance for exchange, town halls, radio, those kinds of things, I think it's important.
Thank you so much. And for the years that I've known you, you've been very thorough and have great work ethic and communicate very, very, very well. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair, and look forward to voting in the affirmative.
And thank you so much, Senator Boquez, for your line of question. Now the chair will recognize Senator Clifford A. Joseph for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to everybody in our chambers here in St. Thomas and St. Croix. And good afternoon to the nominee. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I see we have some stuff in common. You say you've been to Moravian School, and then you went to Paul Bilasin.
Yep.
You graduated in 87.
Keep it going.
all of them, we on the same boat. So, Moravian School, Miss Lobin in kindergarten?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. No. I might sound like one, but I ain't one. Well, as far as tourism, what is your overall vision in increasing visit to the airline visits and overnight stay passengers?
Well, I think one of the things that's most important, understanding that we are in a very competitive environment. And not only are we competing with our neighbors in the Caribbean, we're really competing with the world, particularly for a certain type of traveler. You could be anywhere in the world, and when you look at our average daily rate of about $665, the people who are coming here, they're very diverse, but the fact that our average daily rate is higher than most places, and we still are doing extremely well in tourism, says quite a bit. For us, it's important to be in all those spaces. I think you heard me mention all of the groups that we're a part of, the trade shows that we go to. You have to be in the space. That's very, very important. I think always looking for new ways to be in an environment where you have a large captive audience. I know there's been a lot of discussion about, the sports games that we go to. And I think unless you actually see it in action, it's hard to understand. When you go to a stadium that has as many people as the entire U.S. Virgin Islands, 80,000 plus people, and the fact that you're able to engage in a meaningful way with them, you're able to gather information, you are able to advertise what you're doing, and then, they're immersed in this several times a season. It makes a big difference in terms of being top of mind. And so for us, it's making sure that we're in all the spaces, we're using all the media, and then the other part of it that I think a lot of people don't really think about often is VI people have to be excited about the destination too, and that's where vested interest comes into. I'm a big supporter of staycations, and I encourage everyone. You'll be hearing me say this. I am always amazed. I travel quite a bit. All of my jobs, I spend a lot of time on each island. I'm always amazed how many people in St. Thomas have never been to St. Croix, or they went to St. Croix for Ag Fair in 1972. Or how many people on St. Croix have never been to St. John. And so I encourage you to do staycations. I think it's a wonderful way to learn more about the territory. But I also want you to be excited, even if you live here, to be excited about the destination, because you're all influencers in some way to people that you know, friends, family, college, roommates. And so, you know, it's, once again, it's a vested interest. Everybody is a part of the tourism product.
Yeah, thank you for that response. As far as is the Department of Tourism making any connection with the airlines, being that we know, I know it's an unfortunate situation in Jamaica, but no different than when the weather comes this way. So, because when we do get destruction on this end, I think the numbers increase on the other end. So I'm just hoping that we're making connection on the same offering, that we're up and running 100%.
Well, first of all, I mean, our prayers are for everyone in Jamaica. It's very, very unfortunate. I will say, we're going into our season, and I do want to put this on the record in terms of conversation with airlines and airlift. Airlift is not a seasonal conversation. It is a day in, day out conversation, including for St. Croix. Including for St. Croix. It is a constant conversation, and I will say many of the things that you are seeing in terms of new airlift, that's, you know, every month you see something new. It's not now for now. Many cases, those are deals that have been in the making for 2, 3, 4 years. And so, you know, many of the things that are happening now are things that, you know, the team has been working on for a long time, but we are always looking at how can we get more airlift here. But one of the things I do want to put on the record, and I did this before, we also need to realize, you know, our competition, there are certain things our competition is doing that we're not. Many places in the Caribbean, particularly, they subsidize flights. You know, so there are a number of things that we can possibly look at in terms of airlift, more than just, you know, what we are constantly doing. So I want to put that on the record.
Expound on that a little bit. You said
Subsidizing flights?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. They help to pay for the flights. So other islands, I won't name them.
Okay,
Many
good.
of them do.
Oh, well
They
done.
literally pay for the flight to come in. But what happens is, you know, if you sell it, they will come.
I think you gave me that the other day, so
Yes,
we're good.
okay.
We're good on that. Okay, and then I also asked about the Act 8804. One of your members mentioned that you guys are doing a study, but the bill called for us to look out for us. Send out an RFP for a promoter that has the willpower. But I mean, so what's the study consisting of, or how far are we into the study?
So the study is actually, so there was an RFP that went out for a group to do the study. The study should be, there's actually going to be a survey in the community. That should be going out shortly.
So do you think the December date that was scheduled on the actual bill is possible after the study, or?
The December date for the festival?
Yeah.
Not December of this year.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's what it is. I'm just
Right.
asking. So I just want to be clear.
Right. No, not December of this year.
Not only for tourism, but as far as tourism in itself and individual coming to visit the territory, are you have anything in place for individual with disability? Any further upgrades? If individual come on the island, I know once upon a time we used to have buggy to take folks who can't walk down into the seawater.
So
Time.
I mean, in terms of any specific program, so all the, you know, hotels, ships, they're all ADA accessible. And so in terms of serving people who have disabilities, I mean, that's
No,
not.
I'm not talking about when they get off. I'm talking about on land, because remember now,
Right.
the cruise ship gonna do their part, the airlines gonna do their part. I'm talking about when they're on land, like if the tourism in itself offering like people with disability, like if you come to St. Croix, you could go on or St. Thomas, St. John, any one of the islands, we got this particular equipment that could get you down into the seawater that maybe some places don't have. That's what I'm asking.
I'm not familiar with that. However, what I will say is we are constantly in contact with, so if there is someone coming in and they have challenges, then we can get them with the proper, we can connect them with the proper resources.
Well, thank you for your response, and at the appropriate time,
Sure.
I don't think I'll be questioning what I'm doing, so and thank you again for accepting the nomination. All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph Sr. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I hear the discussion of the subsidizing of flights, I just want to say towards that end that if we do that again, because we did it before with American Eagle, and while we did that as a government, we were the biggest failures because while we subsidizing, we ain't tell the agencies, purchase your bulk tickets from them. And we got people walking between St. Thomas and St. Croix. That was the easiest flight to get on at 7:50 in the morning, come back here at 6 o'clock in the evening. And because of our shortfall, we allowed the airline to go. So when I hear that subsidizing talk, it came to mind that if we do that, please educate our people on what the subsidy is all about.
And can I say something? Because I remember that, actually. I believe that's when I was in the legislature. But a big part of subsidies are successful.
Are you a member of the legislature as well?
No, when I worked at the legislature.
I want people to know so they don't blame you.
No, I was not. I was working for Senator Varga-Viches at the time. So a big part of that is, so it's not just, the subsidy is just one part of it. You have to market so people know that the flights are available. And many places, if it's marketed properly, the subsidized maybe just a couple, the rest of it will take care of itself, but people have to know. So I think that may have been the missing piece the last time, but that was also a very, very long time ago. And when it comes to marketing, you know, you're talking about a difference. That was almost 30 years ago. The difference is all the ways that we can market anything that we do. You know, so we have all these resources, all the ways of media. So it's a very, very different conversation. So it's just something to consider.
Thank you for that response. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to everyone in the well. Good day to the testifiers. I hope that this conversation, I'm really looking to get some answers for a lot of things, because I think that you're going to do an excellent job in this position.
Thank you.
And I also am looking forward to see what is going to be the outcome. That's my goal, to see how that comes out. But I wanted to touch a little bit on film and music. I was doing a lot of research at a lot of countries, and a lot of countries focus a lot on film and music as a tie-in to tourism. And for some of them, it has generated billions of dollars, because music has a way of evoking emotions in human beings. And if you have songs constantly saying Virgin Islands, they will go buy a ticket. They want to come. If you see movies that Virgin Islands, they will purchase. And when I was looking at some of the research with several of these different countries, Korea, New Zealand, all of these places that have structured and centered focus on music and film because they see the benefit. I know we have a film section in with tourism, but I don't really hear much about it. I want to hear a little bit more about what tourism is doing from that aspect, and even from the music side. Because the more we could promote ourselves, even through film and music, something tells me that would help boost our tourism. But I don't see that kind of effort. What are your thoughts on that? And if you have thought about it, how do you see ways we could tap into our local artistry or even film as well to really help propel the Virgin Islands even further?
Okay, that's a great question. So there have been changes in the last couple of years in what was known as the film office at the Department of Tourism. There were some organizational changes. That's an area that we are looking at in terms of rebuilding. We have a very small team, essentially. They're one person right now. But I will say it isn't dormant. We have a key person who really stays in touch with all of the key players. And so, you know, you have commercials that are filmed here. You know, you have situations where you have many of the reality shows. And the film office, you know, years ago was primarily just film and commercials, but now you have so many opportunities, particularly with the unscripted reality shows where that's the latest thing. There's a girls trip everywhere. I know that the Real Housewives of Potomac, I think they were here last year. And so looking at what does the film office look like moving forward, it's a little bit different than it used to be, but also having conversations, and we started a conversation with the EDA around the incentives that are tied to Film and the Stars program. So it's an area that we are looking internally in terms of revamping, but it's top of mind because whenever, in the past, you'd have a movie, the movie would be filmed, it would come out, a few months or a year later, and that's great, and you'll see clips. Now, one reality show you have the show, then you have all of the clips that you see all over social media. Then you have each of the members who went on the trip reposting. So the opportunity for one show to garner billions of views, the opportunities are so much greater than, I would say, 20 years ago, it was, okay, the film is going to come out and people will see it and then it'll go to DVD or Netflix, or what have you. And so we're very aware of just one event and the amount of publicity that it can bring and, how we can maximize it. We do have some things that are in the hopper.
Also, social media influencers. I have noted, because I pay attention to this as well, I've noticed quite a bit of local Virgin Islanders that have racked up some really high views. I'm talking hundreds of thousands to, I saw one almost at 1 million. And one of the things that they do is they market their services outside of the territory. And you would look and see the amount of people that come to the territory just because of the services they're offering, and they're pushing the Virgin Islands. Do you partner and potentially team up with some of these influencers to help push the Virgin Islands out there as well?
Absolutely. And you're right. I mean, and some have really done an amazing job. There's one person I'm thinking of that it literally, there's a whole segment of people that they just come to St. Thomas just to get on that jet ski. That's the whole experience. So
I watch his very often as well.
And that's a great example of, once again, vested interest where as a business owner, I have a product that I think is unique. And I'm going to figure out how to get it out there to the point where people are going to book their vacation. They're not even thinking about anything else. And, we have quite a few people in the community, businesses who are doing a great job. We also want to work with them to help them. And, we're always monitoring. We're always engaging on social media for the good, but also paying attention to if there's something that's unfortunate, really reaching out, trying to see how we can correct things. So, we're constantly on the lookout for anyone who's engaging and how we can support them. But you're right. You're paying attention to a lot of important things for tourism.
Listen, I'm all about the marketing.
Yes.
Could I ask my final question, Madam Chair?
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you.
With wrap-up.
I fully support marketing because I know that's the way to tap in and get people here, and that's what ultimately benefits us, especially the overnight visitors. And my final question has to do around Carnival. As we know, that is also another potentially big draw. A lot of locals come back home. What is your marketing strategy around other countries? I know there's a lot of marketing to the U.S., et cetera. Is there any specific targeted marketing to specific countries that might have large populations, people that during a particular time period, winter, tell me a little bit about your specific marketing of Carnival, because I don't see a lot of different demographics as it relates to, do you market to Asia? Do you market to India? Do you market to different places that it's a potential of a new group of people coming into Carnival? Because I usually see the same, set. But is there any thought process of going outside or doing something a little different? And that's my final question.
Well, definitely. We're always looking at expanding. I mean, airlift is always an issue in terms of, if you have to do 3 or 4 stops to get here, that may be a challenge. So, we've been having conversations, obviously, with Canada, airlines in Canada. Once again, even if there is no airlift right now. Just know that we're having a conversation. So that's something that we've been looking at. And a lot of it is tied to development. Well, what's happening here that would make someone from Canada want to come here? Of course, you know, the Danish charters, that's an ongoing conversation, and we have some positive things that will be coming up. So I would say those are two key areas outside of the U.S., you know, South America, the Caribbean. Those are two key areas that we're looking at. And, you know, we're always in spaces, once again, where everyone is and looking at opportunities. But I would say those two outside of what we're already doing, those are two priorities. The Danish charters, I mean, that's been a great experience for us. So, I mean, that's a normal course of action and constant conversation. But I know we have been working on getting flights from Canada.
Okay. Thank you for your responses, and I will be supporting your nomination.
Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
Thanks.
And thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, for the question, especially regarding the film. That was on my list of questions to ask, because I know there was a thriving film production platform within the Department of Tourism, and I didn't see that articulated in your testimony. So I'm very thankful that Senator Heiliger asked that question. We'll now, Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. You know, as I'm listening to my colleagues asking these great questions, things are coming to mind. So the previous speaker just spoke about social media influencers and festival and whatnot. And as I sit here, I just thought back on the conversation after Division of Festivals put out the schedule and the amount of information back and forth that was going surrounding the scheduling of the Juve and St. Croix. I'm sitting here and I'm saying that the senator is so on point, because the part that I was paying attention to was the amount of people that were saying, I have already booked my ticket because I wanted to come for this particular event. And here it is now, if it's moved as at this 99th hour, I missed out. So I'm just repeating it again to show how important it is. Safety and security is first in my book. But I must agree with my colleague that having everything in one day going to create some havoc in Frederiksted. I've never seen Frederiksted so congested. And to have all those events at the same point, I'm going to ask from now for us to really consider that. And consider, again, the social media influencers that my colleague just spoke about. People already purchased ticket to come, and we're talking about air travel and whatnot, and we know that a flight
Commissioner Brooks has made it very clear, was based on the VIPD's concerns about having Juve on the 1st and the two events, and there was a whole list of reasons. It was a very spirited conversation, so I just want you to know that. All of the possibilities of ways that this could be done differently, and this was squarely, at the end of the day, they are the subject matter experts. I can't say, do what you want, but we're going to do it on the 1st. I know what's going to happen if we do that. These are the subject matter experts. What I will say, and I know there's been a lot of conversation, there is also a lot of conversation going on about it may not work in the way that you normally do it, but with a proper plan, that's the difference. And so I just hope that people will trust that we will come together with a proper plan for this to happen. And that includes not just VIPD, traffic, our town, Frederiksted, and us working with the cruise ships. There are a lot of pieces that I think can be managed. But I need for it to be very, very clear. We didn't just wake up one day and say we're going to change the date. This was VIPD. They're the subject matter experts. They're responsible for our security. And this is what they're saying, that they cannot do Juve on the 1st. So I just want that to be very clear.
And I think you made that point very clear. And I'm with my colleagues. You know, safety is number one. You know, I don't want us to have an issue with our safety, and we depend on police department or police departments to keep us safe. At this time, the chair would recognize Senator Novell Francis Jr. for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
All right. So you gotta be loud because I want the commissioner nominee to know that St. Croix is well represented over here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Right? So I just want to, because that those comments were just made while I pick up the mic. So I just want to say that we also have to be mindful that the world is looking at us, and in fact, we have already started getting calls from the cruise ship line, and certainly inquiring whether or not it'll be safe to be coming here. So we got to be mindful and careful with the conversation in this respect. Because again, everything is there's a fallout and a follow through, and everything that happens. So just be mindful of that.
Absolutely.
As we contemplate, the decisions that's being made. But I want to say that I certainly thank you, Commissioner Nominee, for your willingness to serve, and I want to thank the Governor Albert Brand for your nomination as well. We're looking forward to great things from you there. I wanted to ask you, can you describe your 90-day internship at the Department of Tourism in one word?
Oh, wow, one word. It was insightful. I learned a lot. Insightful would be the word.
One word, insightful.
Insightful.
Very well.
Okay, and if you allow me to explain why I said insightful. Can I?
No, I want you to get used to being short.
Okay. Oh, good luck.
I recognize that. That's why I started out my questions with brief one answer, one word question, so that you could not eat up all my time.
Okay.
So it's deliberate.
Yes.
Can you share with us one policy directive that you have issued thus far since assuming the position as the Commissioner Nominee over the Department of Tourism?
One initiative.
One policy decision, directive.
I think and it's a directive that has to do with just our engagement. A major directive is that we need to collaborate more closely with our agency partners, and we've been doing quite a bit of that. And also establishing newer relationship with new partners like the RT Park and people that perhaps tourism may not necessarily have been collaborating with. So I would say, in one word, collaboration.
Very well, and thank you for that. And I want to say, as a respond to that as well, you just mentioned the RT Park. I think that microloan collaboration and program with the RT Park is a great initiative, and congratulations to whoever was the brainchild of that in bringing that in the fold. I'm the author of the Catalyst Fund that allow for the RT Park to be able to issue the Catalyst Fund, and this collaboration is exactly what we thought about and contemplated when we created the Catalyst Fund. So I'm thinking that there's some great engagement there. I attended a function at the RT Park just this morning, and I committed to for us to be able to replenish the Catalyst Fund in the very near future, and for there to be some additional engagement with the community and being able to provide those microloans, because I think it's very beneficial to our community. So thank you for that.
Sure.
You want to share who came up with that, that initiative?
So it's RT. So the RT Park, they actually have a nonprofit, which is a community impact fund. I had collaborated with them in my past life, and as soon as they started the program, this specific program, they reached out. We had done some other things with them, and it made sense. It's the Crucian Christmas Festival microloan program. It's their money, but we're collaborating with them on the marketing of it because we have a bigger platform. So we were able to get the word out pretty quickly. People know about it. We've been helping them, connected them with some other folks. And I just want everyone to know it's beginning on St. Croix, but this program will be extended to all of the carnivals, festivals, and celebrations in the territory. So that's something for everyone to look forward to.
Excellent. And individuals could get between $2,000 and $15,000 loan. And if they pay back in a timely fashion, they won't have to pay the interest.
Correct.
And of course, the replenishment allow for additional loans to be issued in the future. So that's good.
Yes.
Let me ask you, do you have a damage control team? Anyone that's responsible, a team that's responsible for damage control? If you have a situation where a tourist may have been impacted, been violated or whatever, we quickly go out and do damage control.
Absolutely. Some days it seems like we're all on damage control duty, but yes. We have the stranded passenger program, and I think it's a testament to how hard we work that people were able to manage a lot of things. Like I said, when you think about 10,000, 20, 30,000 people being in port at any time, any of the ports, things happen. But we work very closely with the authorities, whether it's a hospital, whatever the situation is, we work very closely with them. So, yes.
Excellent. I think, Madam Chair, did I hear my time call?
You did not. Yes, okay. You did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, you did. But you could proceed with wrap-up, Senator Francis.
Very well. Thank you. So my final question, my colleagues asked about your marketing to other destination, and obviously spoke about Europe and Asia and those locations, but I wanted to know about the other Caribbean islands as well. I think that there's a very good opportunity for us to be able to get individuals from the other Caribbean island. When I go to St. Kitts for the music festival, or I go to St. Lucia for the music festival, I see a lot of Virgin Islands there. Do we have that same opportunity to be able to market within the Caribbean islands of our festival and carnival?
Absolutely. And we are very engaged and involved with several Caribbean organizations. So, for example, perfect timing, next week I will be in Barbados with the delegation from the USVI for the Taste of the Caribbean. There are actually 2 conferences happening, but we always do really well. Of course, we're, culinary capital of the Caribbean. And so we will be there next week. This is in Barbados. And so this is an opportunity. There will be many of the hotels, many of the organizations, the Hotel and Tourism Association will be there. And of course, our chefs, our bartenders will be there representing. And when we're there, it's all about networking. We're always encouraging groups to come here. We're always encouraging, and on any given day, you have large groups that are coming in, whether from the U.S. or from other Caribbean islands. So that's important. I will say the only challenge that we're having right now is there are a number of groups that maybe a year or 2 ago would have been very interested, like Canto or some of the Caribbean groups in coming here. The challenge right now is concerns about visa and traveling here. And so that's something that we're aware of. But we are always engaging and networking and encouraging other islands and working with the leaders to bring groups here. So
Very well. Thank you very much. My time has been called. I don't have a vote in this committee, but certainly at the appropriate time, I'll be voting in the affirmative because I definitely support your nomination, and I look forward to great things coming from the Department of Tourism team. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis, for those probing questions. The chair will now recognize Vice Chair and Acting Senate President, Senator Kenneth Gittins, for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner, I'm Mukayu Commissioner from now. Today is your day, and I don't want to mar it with this Juve thing, but since you talk about this subject matter expert, I just want to say, sometimes the subject matter expert does have blind spots. And when you have subject matter experts, yes, they come with a deep sense of knowledge, but it's important to also validate their input. That said, I want to ask you, on the 31st of December, how many ships do you have on St. Croix?
We have 2 ships coming in.
2 ships. How many people coming off of those ships?
I think combined there'll probably be about
Almost 8,000 people,
about 7,000. Yeah.
right?
Yes,
7 to
about
8,000
yeah.
people. The Juve gonna bring another 4,000 or 5,000 people. Then yes, it could be more, but I'm just going in a ballpark. And then the food fair gonna bring another 2,000. We in Frederick said, yes, we're in a bigger town, but I have seen where that place come to a gridlock, and it don't usually be that way. What's happening on the first that we know of?
Right now, there's not going to be an event
Nothing.
on the 1st, correct?
Nothing.
Correct.
So, hence why I said that we really need to look at this. Safety and security is first. All those people concentrated in one area, one day. Look at the situation that's going to take place when taxis trying to get down there, people trying to get on excursions, people trying to get to the food fair, people trying to get to the Juve. Even people who cook in food, what we telling them to do now? Cook food from the night before and bring it down in the morning, spoil food to serve people. You know, I'm going to leave it alone. Because like I said, I don't want to marry it, but I want you to think that the subject matter experts don't always be right. And I'm a subject matter expert in safety and security too, okay? But in your testimony, you spoke also, and I don't have much to ask you because I've spoken with you enough times and you know exactly what we spoke about, especially with airlifts coming into St. Croix.
Of course.
Us being able to keep the promises that we have made with the stakeholders we have met with at Sea Trade,
Yes.
etc. But I saw that you made, you thanked Commissioner Bachelte and thanked him for his support during the transition, which is excellent. So his transition, that means he's no longer with the department?
No, he's no longer with the department.
Oh, you say it like that, like I knew. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
An announcement was made of where he is, so I thought you
Oh,
know. Yes.
the one that keep hitting. I didn't hear that one.
No.
Okay. So, no, I got all my papers all over the place. Have you had the opportunity to review our tourism data and compared it to this time last year? Because I've read that Florida has experienced about a 9% decline in visitors, and that there's a slight drop in flights and travelers coming through Miami and Fort Lauderdale airports. Some of this has been attributed to the political climate. Has this impacted the U.S. Virgin Islands in any way?
I would say overall slightly. So first of all, let me start by 2024 was a record-breaking year. So we're down slightly. However, we're due, our projections for 2026, we're due to go back up, but very, very slightly. But I just want to be clear that, you know, we can't have, every year is not going to be 2024, but very, very slightly.
I'm not going to...
Sorry, can I put a point on the record in
Sure.
terms of, one of the things I think it's important to note, and, you know, we're really taking advantage of that. There was a time where, you know, seasonality would be more obvious. It would be obvious when it's a slow season. Overall, if you look around, it was hard to tell this year when it was really, really the slow season because we had a very busy summer. And I think there are a number of factors. Some of the things that are actually helping us in terms of, you know, people want to still be the no passport required is a huge advantage, will forever be, especially in an environment where people, especially from the mainland, may want to go to a Caribbean island but still want to be in the U.S. In some ways. And so there are a number of things that we are maximizing. The no passport required is still a big one that helps with us kind of flattening. So yes, we know there's going to be the peaks, but in between, it's not the way that it used to be where we drop off drastically.
Thank you. And thank you for some of the structural changes that I've seen thus far.
Yes.
And getting on board the Deputy Director for Festivals in the St. Croix District. I know he's going to do his best.
Yes.
And even bringing back on
Sharon Rosario.
Sharon, that's right.
Visitor experience.
I am very happy that she's back on there.
Yes.
We're going to get an A+ card now.
Absolutely.
When they come to her being there.
Absolutely. We have an amazing team and very happy to build up the team. So as we go into festival season, St. Croix is better prepared.
And you got some hard-working assistant commissioners
absolutely.
too, and deputies
Absolutely.
and things. But your deputy, not your deputy, your director of festivals that take some blows, but I think his heart is in the right place. But lastly, in closing, I just want to say, my mom used to say, every disappointment is a blessing.
Yes.
And where I believe you would have had a disappointment was when this company that I have no faith in right about now let you go. But you see how God work?
Yes.
They let you go because he had a bigger plan for you.
Exactly.
So I am looking forward for good things coming out of the Department of Tourism through your leadership. And I just want to thank you for availing yourself and accepting this task.
Thank you.
And to your team, please support her, as I know she will support you. That's the only way that we will win. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for those probing questions. Nominee Matarangas-King. It's a mouthful. It's a mouthful. My R's don't come off as they should, but it is a mouthful. But I want to tell you something. I'm very impressed with you, even before you came before this committee, and even before you came and we had a conversation. I've known you for a number of years. One of the things and qualities that you exhibit so naturally is your leadership quality, your ability to reach people where they are, communicate with them clearly, and to be a person of your word. That speaks volume. I have never seen you dismiss people from whatever statute they come from. I've seen you meet them at their level, recognize them, see them, understand, and address the persons, no matter where you come from. And I want to say that, to me, is tourism. That is tourism. That is how we market ourselves and we market our islands. And so you, as well as your team, are the face of tourism. My question, and some of my colleagues have asked some of my questions already, but I want to understand your vision for where you see tourism going in the future and how you plan to achieve it with your team's help, of course, because I know you're just one person.
So I am very aware of how unique we are as a destination. 3 amazing islands, 3 different experiences. There's so many things that make us very special. And moving forward, I think our team understands is we have to really maximize every single thing. Going back to the conversation about music and culture, I'm very aware of the fact that many of the things that are traditional, our elders are transitioning, and we have a lot of work to do. And so when I think about tourism and everything else, it's connecting the young with our more seasoned people. And it's the same way with tourism. So it includes things like, as we talk about music, Kwelbe and all of that, making sure that I'm big on digital storytelling, that we're capturing everything that's important about us so we can continue it in different ways. I think that ensuring that we maintain our authenticity once again goes back to connecting the young with the older. For me, it's all about cycles. And so as we move forward, how do we use all of the technology, and coming from that background, to showcase what makes us unique and an authentic experience? That's what I always think about, why do people want to come here? And the stories that they tell, it's usually because we're not like any place else. And once again, going back to beautiful beaches, wonderful, amazing food, yes, great swimming, all of that. But it's how we make people feel. And I think our team understands, going back to vested interests, it's how we make people feel that this is a place that if they have to spend their last dollar, I can only afford to go one place this year, and it's going to be somewhere in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you for that response. Now, this is next question is very hard. I am huge on looking at data. That's from my time being a grant writer, managing federal grants, looking at the quantitative applications of our community and what we're offering as a product. How will you use data that we collect regarding on-stay, island stay experiences, regarding airlift, regarding our cruise ship reports, to help build and strengthen and expand our reach and diversify it too, keeping in context some of the cultural implications that we have there?
Right. That's a very good question, and I'll use an example of something in terms of, and we're always looking at the data. So I will say something that is a myth and then show how the data shows that it's not necessarily true. There's a conversation lately about cruise ships. Well, cruise ship people don't spend any money. That's not true. The average, as a matter of fact, we are number 2 when it comes to average cruise spend in the Caribbean. You're looking at $166.22. That's average. Now, was it more years ago with duty free? Yes, but the point is people are still spending. That's average. And then for the average cruise spend is $60. Here's the point. So people may say that's not a lot of money, but you have to understand the majority of people who come back for the average 5-day stay, the first time they came here was on a cruise ship. And so the cruise ship, when I look at a cruise ship passenger, I see them as a future extended stay return person who's coming. Maybe they came, maybe it was a husband and wife, now they're coming with their family, maybe they're coming as a family reunion. And so that's the kind of information that is helpful to have. So when people come up with the argument, oh, cruise ships don't have any value. Yes, they do. And going back to that point, even the military ships that were here, it's not a cruise ship, but they were here for R&R. And so they came, they had a good time, and we hope that when they left, and I mean, just the feedback from our team, it was amazing. So I'm dreaming that, okay, next year, they'll be coming back with their families. We use data to make certain determinations in terms of the things that we will continue to pursue. So,
thank you. And those are very great answers, because we have to be in mind to use data to make our decisions. I want to thank you for your candid responses to the questions that were asked today. Members, do we have any other burning questions? If not, do I hear a motion? Senator Kenneth Gittens, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, colleagues, and people of the Virgin Islands, I move that Mrs. Jennifer M. Matarangas-King, the governor's nominee to be commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, be voted upon favorably here in this committee of Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
The governor's nominee of Mrs. Jennifer M. Matarangas-King for Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins, seconded by Senators Avery Lewis, Angel Bolquez, and Francis Heiliger. Roll call. Oh, I missed out Senator Joseph as well, Clifford Joseph Sr. Roll call on the nomination of Mrs. Jennifer M. Matarangas-King to be Commissioner of the Department of Tourism.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr. yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Jennifer.
Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Mrs. Jennifer M. Matarangas-King, Governor's nominee for Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. Mrs. Matarangas-King, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're a hard worker.
Thank you.
We know you work hard, and so we got your back as well, okay? Because you're a hard worker and you have produced a lot. At this time, we are going to afford you 30, let's put it to 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Closing remarks. I know some people, but I love to hear your voice. You talk sense. 60 seconds, closing remarks. Kindly proceed.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone, obviously Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the administration, my family, my friends, and a very, very special thanks to the team who has come out, the Department of Tourism, amazing, amazing. We're small and mighty. I want to thank everyone who came here in the chambers in St. Thomas and our folks on St. Croix. I'm forever grateful, and we're going to move forward. It's going to be a wild ride. It's going to be a lot of fun, but we're going to do some great things, and we're going to continue to elevate our destination. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to this committee. I'm just grateful for this opportunity, and I will never take it for granted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Matarangas-King. The committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into today's record Block 3 of the agenda.
Block 3, Ms. Bernesha B. Liburd, Governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 3 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This afternoon, we have the Governor's nominee for the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board, Ms. Bernesha B. Liburd. Welcome to the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers, Ms. Liburd.
Thank you for having me, Senator.
Okay, so we're going to need you to be able to speak into the mic and to speak clearly. So just say good afternoon so we can make sure the mic is on and we and the listening public can hear you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for having me.
Very good, very good. Now, as I've done before and throughout the day for all of the governor's nominee, I'm going to ask you to stand while I administer the oath and raise your right hand. And at the end, you can say either I will, or I will not, I do, or I do not, okay? Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And you said I do. Kindly be seated, Ms. Liburd. Ms. Liburd, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day, Senator Carla Joseph, Chairman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, esteemed committee members, members of the 36th Legislature, and everyone in the audience. My name is Bernesha Liburd, and I am a senior project analyst at the USVI Bureau of Economic Research. I am honored to be nominated by Governor Albert Bryan to serve on the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board. I would like to thank Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for their trust in my nomination. I was born and raised in the U.S. Virgin Islands by my parents Bernard and Bernadine Liburd. I attended the Wesleyan Academy and Moravian School for my elementary and junior high education. I graduated from Charlotte Amalie High School, where I was crowned Miss CAHS, and following high school, I pursued a higher education at the University of the Virgin Islands, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree in Business Administration and in Marketing. I began my career at the Bureau of Economic Research in 2006 and have held various roles, including Economic Program Specialist, Research Assistant. In 2021, I was promoted to Senior Project Analyst, where I oversee project planning and execution, data analysis, and public outreach initiatives. Additionally, I have served as acting director for 3 years, guiding budget planning and managing interagency projects. I have extensive experience with several key initiatives, including the USVI Visitor and Carnival Exit Surveys, as well as the Economic Census. I have collaborated with federal partners on GDP calculations for the territory and led the team at the Bureau of Economic Research, BER, in calculating the inflation rate and a living wage for the territory. Leaders and lawmakers in our region rely on these publications for data-driven decision-making. Currently, I am pursuing a Master of Science, Data Analytics, Data Science at the Western Governors University. This will be essential for developing customized forecasting and trend models tailored to our specific territory, thereby enhancing data-driven decision-making. Additionally, I am participating in the Certified Public Manager CPM program at the University of the Virgin Islands, a nationally accredited leadership and management development program designed to enhance the skills and effectiveness of public sector managers, supervisors, leaders across the U.S. Virgin Islands. With 19 years of experience in fieldwork, data science, and analysis, along with a passion for economic development in our territory, I am well equipped to support the development of cannabis policy. This policy presents opportunities for economic growth, healthcare innovation, and social equity for the territory. I commend this body for its leadership in establishing a regulatory framework that reflects our community's values. The U.S. Virgin Islands has made significant progress in cannabis policy with Act 8680, signed into law January 2023, which legalizes adult use medical sacramental cannabis. This law offers substantial economic opportunities, but requires careful consideration of the challenges that it may present. Let's talk about cannabis, a matter of perspective. Cannabis is becoming recognized as an effective alternative for managing stress and other illnesses, with many individuals reporting significant mental health benefits. According to research done by Statista, in respect to recreational cannabis in the U.S., Statistics and Facts, current statistics show that approximately 59 million Americans use cannabis. Financially, the average monthly spending on cannabis is around $80. This growing trend aligns with a broader societal shift toward natural alternatives for stress relief and other illnesses. In terms of demographics, in the U.S., men account for 60 to 65% of cannabis sales and generally spend more per transaction. Men make up 47% of the USVI's population. Women are also increasingly participating in the market, particularly in wellness-oriented products such as edibles and tinctures and topicals. Women make up 53% of the USVI's population. Let's talk about consumer statistics of cannabis. In the United States, cannabis use is different amongst different age groups. Millennials who are aged 27 to 42 are the largest group of cannabis consumers in the US, making up about 46 to 51% of cannabis sales nationwide. In comparison to the US Virgin Islands, the millennial population share is 19.7% of our population, according to the 2020 census. Next is Generation Z, aged 18 to 26, which is the fastest growing group of cannabis users nationally, with an 11.3% increase in market share each year. The USVI's Gen Z population is estimated to account for 20 to 23% of our total USVI population. Generation X, age 43 to 58, accounts for 21 to 25% of cannabis sales in the United States. And this is similar in the USVI, where Gen X makes up about 20 to 21% of the population of the USVI. Baby boomers, age 59 to 77, represent 13 to 17% of the national cannabis market. Their population share in the USVI is approximately 20 to 22%. Lastly, the silent generation, age 78 and older, consumes less than 1% of cannabis, but shows a growing interest in wellness products. This group is about 8.7% of the USVI's population. There is a consumer market for cannabis in the USVI based on national trends. As of 2025, cannabis usage has outpaced alcohol consumption in the United States, marking a significant shift in societal habits. According to recent national studies, approximately 17.7 million Americans reported using cannabis daily or nearly every day in 2022, while 14.7 million consumed alcohol at the same frequency. This is a historic milestone, as it's the first time daily cannabis use has surpassed that of alcohol. While alcohol remains the more commonly consumed substance overall, cannabis has gained traction, particularly among high-frequency users, especially within the millennial and Gen Z demographics. These younger generations are increasingly embracing the California sober lifestyles, opting for cannabis over alcohol for wellness and societal interactions. Several factors contribute to this shift. Recreational cannabis has been legalized in more than half of the United States, leading to increased accessibility. Additionally, many view cannabis as a healthier option with fewer adverse effects, such as hangovers. Cultural changes driven by younger individuals are also reshaping social norms and consumption practices, further facilitating the rise of cannabis use. Let's talk about cannabis and tourism. In the future, cannabis can become a key part of tourism in the U.S. Virgin Islands, attracting U.S. citizens who can travel without a passport. This initiative positions the territory as a potential hub for cannabis tourism. For perspective, the U.S. cannabis market, the United States mainland cannabis market, is projected to generate approximately $331.8 million and reach around $357.5 million by 2030. Per capita revenue is also promising, with projections of $475.8 in 2025, according to tracking data in the U.S. published by Statista. Tourism operators across the Caribbean are exploring cannabis-related experiences, including guided dispensary tours, cannabis cooking classes, and CBD spa treatments. Incorporating cannabis could enhance visitor experiences and lead to new offerings, such as wellness tourism and culinary experiences, while also creating jobs in cultivation, retail, and hospitality. The USVI's emphasis on local ownership and sacramental use differs from so many U.S. states, where out-of-state investors often hold a dominant position. Cannabis market trends. The cannabis health market in the U.S. Virgin Islands is undergoing a major transformation, driven by recent legalization efforts and a growing interest in both medical and adult use cannabis. The USVI's government anticipates that cannabis will become a significant economic driver, especially for tourism and local job creation. However, actual revenue figures are likely to emerge in 2026 once dispensaries are operational and sales commence. The cannabis-infused products market is experiencing significant global growth, particularly in the Caribbean. This expansion is highlighted by several key trends that indicate a promising future for infused products, especially within the U.S. Virgin Islands cannabis economy, as the tourism and wellness sectors increasingly embrace cannabis integration. One of the most notable trends is the rising demand for edibles, beverages, with items such as gummies, chocolates, and infused drinks, becoming increasingly popular, particularly among women and older adults. Additionally, there is a growing interest in wellness-focused formulations that target issues such as sleep, stress, muscle disorders, nausea, and mood enhancement. Consumers are also leaning towards products that offer microdosing and fast-acting effects, which allow for better control and convenience. Compliance efforts to improve tax collection. To improve the cannabis industry, it's crucial to complete the implementation of the seed-to-sale tracking system that is currently under development. These digital monitoring solutions will ensure that cannabis is tracked from cultivation to sale, helping to maintain compliance and safety standards throughout the process. Additionally, enabling cashless transactions is recommended and may require partnerships with fintech companies. This software will enhance compliance efforts, improve tax collection, and facilitate the implementation of effective tax initiatives. This approach will provide secure and compliant payment solutions, addressing challenges posed by federal banking restrictions. Furthermore, this system will serve as an essential tool for collecting cannabis data in the USVI, forecasting revenue collections, and analyzing market trends while promoting public transparency. The cannabis industry is facing several significant challenges that affect its growth. A major hurdle is the federal classification of cannabis as a Schedule I substance, which complicates banking and transportation. Additionally, the Office of Cannabis Regulation, OCR, is understaffed, leading to delays in important regulations and leaving many dispensaries not yet able to open. Furthermore, the infrastructure for successful cultivation is still in the development stage. Environmental factors such as hurricanes and extreme heat also pose threats to the cultivation process. It's a tough time for everyone involved, and their hard work and resilience is commendable. Potential recommendations. To enhance the cannabis industry, we must accelerate the licensing process for dispensaries and cultivation facilities. This requires streamlining the approval process and providing the public with clear timelines and updates. Additionally, we need to fully launch the seed-to-sale tracking system, which is currently in the early stages of implementation. It's also crucial to strengthen the Office of Cannabis Regulation by increasing staffing and funding, as well as opening district offices across the islands. We should boost public education and outreach efforts through campaigns that inform the community about using legal cannabis responsibly and safely, and safety risks involved, and teaching them about the licensing process. Training healthcare providers on cannabis therapies will also help support informed use. The Office of Cannabis Regulation is making significant progress by supporting local farmers and entrepreneurs, particularly small-scale farmers in the cannabis industry. This support includes providing accessible licensing, reduced fees, social equity incentives, such as promote local economic development and community-based agriculture. To further enhance this support, Expanding the micro-cultivation permit program would also be beneficial. We can consider offering grants and assistance specifically for small-scale farmers, in addition to discounted fees for new cultivators as an incentive. Additionally, promoting community gardens and cooperative cultivation models can foster collaboration and sustainability in this new emerging USVI industry. Another important aspect is focusing on social equity by automating the expungement process of past cannabis convictions and prioritizing equity applicants in licensing and funding opportunities. Connecting cannabis with tourism can create economic opportunities. This includes developing cannabis-friendly tourism packages and lounges that comply with public consumption laws. Finally, in the future, we need to advocate for federal changes and work with other territories to push for important reforms in banking and transportation. The cannabis policy in the U.S. Virgin Islands is recognized as one of the most progressive in the Caribbean and the U.S. territories. By implementing strategic measures, the territory has the potential to leverage cannabis for economic development, improve healthcare, strengthen local agriculture, and promote social equity. The key to achieving long-term success will be a continued investment in infrastructure, public education, and advocacy at a federal level. With a focus on data-driven decision-making, the USVI seeks to establish a cannabis industry that prioritizes public health and economic growth. The emerging cannabis market is predicted to significantly boost tourism and create local job opportunities, particularly in the retail, agricultural, and hospitality sectors. The industry is structured with a limit of 17 dispensaries and 35 cultivators, along with an 18% sales tax and a $20 non-resident fee on cannabis products that will contribute to the cannabis fund, indicating substantial potential for revenue generation. Additionally, integrating the cannabis sector with health and tourism, emphasizing local ownership, can further enhance market opportunities. The recommendations outlined aim to just assist stakeholders in addressing existing challenges and maximizing the benefits of cannabis legalization, ultimately focusing on improving public health, promoting economic development, and advancing social justice. Let us proceed with caution, responsibly with a commitment to making data-informed decisions. I am prepared to take this responsibility of serving in an advisory role for cannabis regulation, utilizing data as the primary source for recommendations. This is our opportunity for the U.S. Virgin Islands to become a leader in an evolving industry. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Liburd, for a very thorough discussion regarding the importance and the economic driver that cannabis sales and use and marketing, as well as development, can have in the Virgin Islands. I want to proceed with asking you a question based on your testimony outlined here in page 4. It appears, because you mentioned the seed-to-sale tracking system, it appears that you have performed some research on the seed-to-sale tracking system. Do you have any information regarding or know of, how much it would cost with this system to purchase it?
I don't have that information at this time, Senator. I can get that to you. But what I do know about the seed-to-sale tracking system, it is a system that any territory or state that legalized cannabis usage uses this system to regulate any tax leakage that may occur during any type of transactions having to do with cannabis.
Okay, great. Before I recognize the secretary for his first 4 minutes of questioning, I wanted to also ask you, when you was considering or being considered for this position, what was the driving force? Because we know that the Cannabis Advisory Board is made up of a plethora of professionals. And of course, you're a professional, having worked in the Bureau of Economic Research for a number of years.
Yes.
What made you, what compelled you to say yes to the governor's nomination?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I love what I do. I'm passionate about data. I'm passionate about research. And this is an emerging industry. And as a younger individual that lives in the territory, never lived abroad, I've been here my entire life. It's really exciting. It's an exciting time for me to see this industry transition to be something that could be an economic staple for the territory. So I'm up for the challenge.
You're all for the challenge. And I appreciate that, because it is going to be challenging. And to make your mark on this industry and know that you work behind the scenes to get it moving. And that's what we need. We need to get it moving. Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Ms. Liburd.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm okay, thank you.
You gotta speak closer into the mic.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good. Well, I don't know what to ask you, because it sounds like you don't hand me the resume and say you walk in the door. I don't think you're going back to BER. You're going straight into work. Anyway, man, I was really pleased, and I'm really, what really made me proud today is that you came data-driven, like, this is what we need. We just had tourism before us, and, those are the type of things that drive this economy. We can't just continue saying, well, it's looking good, my son, and this, and no, we have to have that data to put forward to make accurate decisions. We need to survey people.
Yes.
Keep track of that. And I'd like to hear you talk about from the seed
to sale
to the safe.
Yeah.
And I carried a step forward. The good attorney at that government house, when he was at DLCA, he used to say a thing about, while we are regulated, we're going to educate.
Yes.
And you bring that breath of fresh air there too, along with the data.
Yes.
So we could prove to people, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see the men them using the thing a lot?
Based on the statistics, Senator.
Based on the data.
Yeah, based on the data.
Okay. Now, I have one question for you.
Yes.
Because I only got 4 minutes. Given your background in economic research and tourism data, right? How do you envision integrating cannabis into the territory's tourism product in a way that is responsible, compliant, and beneficial to the local economy?
That's a great question, Senator. I do believe that starting from the bottom up is very imperative to laying a strong foundation. And I think that our strength right now is to hone in on medical cannabis usage. Let's capitalize on that. Let's solidify that. Let's generate revenues from that. And then, once that is stable, I could definitely see us venturing out into tourism in a different market in terms of infused drinks or even lounges and spas. But for right now, that sounds great, but I do think that we need to set the foundation first and focus on the medical side and help people first and move on to a next chapter after that.
You know why I appreciate that answer? Because it's like, let's improve on what we have, what we know working.
Correct.
And then we could do the rest after.
Correct.
Not that we're going to forget the rest,
Yes.
but we're going to infuse it later.
Right.
But for right now, this is where we could capitalize on, this is where we could make money on, this is where we could educate the people, this is where we could bring viable products and so forth. Let's hone in on this.
And create jobs.
Create jobs and so forth, and save lives, I guess, with this medicine. But we're not forgetting the other products and the other disciplines of what cannabis could bring.
Right.
And I really appreciate that. Now, in your testimony, you realize we have some deficiencies going right now in the board. you're going to be an advisory member. And then, you talking about let's take some baby steps, but aggressive. Let's be aggressive with it.
Yes.
How do you think right now, what's one thing that you think, once confirmed, you could give an idea to help propel this industry forward?
Like I mentioned before, Senator, as a Virgin Islander that lived here my entire life, one of the challenges that I have faced growing up here is lack of automation. You don't have access to certain portals or the ease of access to submit certain information to certain agencies. So I would recommend that a portal be created as soon as possible, because a portal acts as a dual agent. It makes everything accessible and easy for the customer. And on the back end, for the agency, we get to collect data in real time. So that would be the first instance.
So the one thing I'll say to advise you, I don't remember how the structures is, but to help your portal, let's not throw everything in the general fund. Let's keep something back to maintain and improve on the system.
Okay? I concur.
Thank you. And at appropriate time, you have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator Lewis, for those probing questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Angel Boquez Jr. for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues. Someone like Ms. Bernesha Liburd should be on the Cannabis Advisory Board because she brings analytical, data-driven expertise. And at this point in time, it's essential for building a successful, well-regulated cannabis industry. For about 2 decades, she's worked at the BER. She's demonstrated strong command of data analysis, forecasting, strategic planning, and skills that are actually essential in responsibly rolling out a cannabis industry at this point in time. I would say that her ability to be able to interpret trends or assess the impacts of data will help the board make responsible, well-informed decisions. So I am confident that she will be a vital asset to the board in that regard. So I'll go ahead and start with my questions. Ms. Liburd, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. And with your extensive background in data analysis and forecasting, how would you use, obviously, these skills that you have and possess to help the Cannabis Advisory Board develop, whether it's policies or anticipate trends in the market, or help to even roll out the cannabis industry here in the Virgin Islands?
Thank you for that question. I will be in an advisory role, but once information is made available to me, I will be using my forecasting and my trend analysis skills to advise how we should move forward with every step of the implementation of getting this emerging industry off the floor. I truly believe in data-driven decision-making. I could only advise and I could only analyze the data that's given to me, but based on that, I would definitely bring forth recommendations to my colleagues and have a discussion and see how we could make a common goal moving forward to get the needle moving.
Okay, I appreciate that response. And, we have many boards in the Virgin Islands. Not all have advisory boards.
Right.
But there's always, the term, there's always a good woman behind a man, or however it goes. But, in this case, some boards need that additional expertise and support. And I believe that your background will definitely enhance the board when it comes to being able to assess data before decisions are made. And let me ask you, what metrics would you, as an advisory board member, want the board to monitor at this time? What do you think some of the most important metrics or data that they should be paying attention to at this specific time in the cannabis industry? We know that it hasn't really fully rolled out, but if you were to suggest a metric to look at, what would that be?
One of the metrics that stand out to me the most that I would be very interested in is the demographics. I would like to see what demographic of individuals invest into this industry. Are they local? You know, are they native born or are they from away? Like, what would that look like? And what does that mean for us as a population, as a territory here? Additionally, I would also like to see exactly from seed to sale. What does that mean as well? Like in terms of sales, revenue generation, where we're going. I really believe that once you know where you started, you have a clearer path of knowing where you're going. And that's how data acts. It gives you a path of patterns and trends for you to kind of hopefully predict your next step or make a calculated decision more so than a decision based on opinion and feeling.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may have one more wrap-up, please.
You may proceed to wrap up, Senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We know that one of the biggest components in the cannabis industry is the financial banking side of it. I know that that's something that we've all been sort of trying to wrap our heads around. If you were to suggest anything, what would be one of the suggestions that you would have concerning how we can sort of figure out how to deal with the financial banking component of the cannabis industry?
As of right now, as I previously mentioned in my testimony, I spoke about the seed to sale tracking system. So this tracking system helps with tax tracking and sales tracking and revenue leakage in any type of cannabis sales. So for instance, with the seed to sale tracking system, we would be able to stop leakage of taxes from any kind of cannabis transactions. And that will be a stepping stone for transparency and clarity moving forward. Hopefully, because I know on the mainland, you know, this is have not yet evolved. So I do think that as of for right now, the seed to sale tracking system is the safest route. It is a route that's used by every state that has cannabis legalization. Currently, to my knowledge, based on my research, I do know that the seed to sale tracking system company that we are using is Metric. Like I told Senator Joseph, I don't have the cost for that right now, but this is the alternative for revenue generation and banking across all states that use, you know, legalized cannabis.
And there is still one last component where with the financial banking in the sense of accounting, when funds are generated, where are these companies going to actually bank? And that's something that we all have to sort of wrap our heads around. The executive branch, legislative branch, everyone, and the board. Thank you so much for the time, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Borges. The chair would now recognize Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Good afternoon, Ms. Liburd.
Good afternoon, Senator.
And I like your comprehensive and well data sorted out testimony. What experience do you have with cannabis?
I am not the expert, but I have some great experience with data.
Okay, the data. Okay, no problem. Because also I like the seed approach. I also like the medicinal. Perfectly, even the seed to sale would have been working. Yes. Just like how we have Croix and rum. Had a name to something. Yeah. In St. Thomas, you could get names by. At the time, I don't think like we. Health and safety with cannabis policies.
I do believe outreach and education is extremely important with any emerging industry. You do commercials, you do Facebook ads.
By asking one, what do you believe the main goal of cannabis and the advisory board should be?
The main goal should be regulation and a safe
banking access for the cannabis industry. How do you think we can allow that? Because one of the critical aspects of it is that persons who are the sellers and they are using cash or whatever other monetary mean, they can have it in a safe and secure financial institution. How do you?
I think that cashless sales are the best way to go. You know, you avoid leakage that way. And that's also part of the seed to sale process. You know, you cannot use cash for any type of cannabis purchase. That way, everything is recorded in real time and you're able to track payments, users, etc., based on that system.
And we could also be able to track gross receipt taxes.
Absolutely.
And
because everything will be electronic.
Right.
Yes.
But we are going to have some persons who are going to pay without that electronic payment. At this time, I will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good day to my colleagues, good day to the people of the territory, good day to the testifier, as well as those here with us today and the staff. My first set of questions has to do with the economic aspect of it. As you know, based on our population, our tourist visitation, cannabis could potentially bring in anywhere from $25 to $40 million annually. But what we also learned is that a bulk of that money is going to have to go right back out, because once you bring cannabis legalized, police department, health services, and looking at the numbers, depending on local consumption as well as tourist consumption, it almost is a wash. Mm-hmm. What other ideas or ways that you see that could potentially tap in and bring more revenues outside of just the basic ways that we know about? Have you looked at those options as well?
I have, but so some of the options I looked at that's really popular, we already have Crucian rum, mm-hmm. and rum infused cannabinoid rum. It's a new thing. It's part of the beverages avenue of that industry. It's really popular, and a lot of older adults like to use that because the health benefits that comes along with it. There's no hangovers. I do believe it's easier on your body. I am not the expert, but I'm just saying that is an avenue to look at, because
to
we
potentially market products such as that.
Yes, because we already market Crucian rum and Diageo. We have distilleries. We know the cultivation of alcohol. In my research, that was one of the avenues that I was extremely interested in. I do think that it has great potential, but as I mentioned to the senator previously, I do believe in baby steps, and I do believe in starting from the bottom and climbing the ladder. So I do think right now medical cannabis usage and solidifying that foundation should be our priority.
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Because I was a big supporter of the medicinal side of it.
Right.
When it came to recreational, I had to listen to what the public wanted. And in all honesty, you had half of the public for it and the other half wasn't. But medicinal, it was almost like 100%. We understood the medical benefits of it. And it's unfortunate that the medicinal side has been legislated way longer than the recreational side. And it almost feels like it's slipping through the cracks.
Absolutely.
And I think there needs to be a lot more focus on that when it comes to really help people with their health and the benefits that medicinal marijuana, medicinal cannabis can bring into their lives. So I do agree with that statement.
And may I add, Senator?
Oh, continue, my dear.
In my research also, there are a lot of hospitals that have medical usage lounges or dispensaries attached to them. An outside person, not necessarily admitted to the hospital, could pay for a membership to be in these lounges once you have the right credentials in terms of a medical card and so forth. This was another avenue during my research that I came across that could be another revenue generator.
Hospitals and lounges.
Yeah, so basically it's kind of like it's not a lounge in terms of a party spot. It's more of like a recovery kind of therapeutic aspect of what healthcare practitioners would use.
Oh,
when
I thought you were
someone is
talking about two separate things, like having dispensaries in the hospitals for those that need it. And then I knew also when we were drafting the bill, we spoke about lounges where people can go and utilize it, whether it's recreational or medicinal.
Right.
Okay, I got you.
Time.
May I ask one more question and we're good?
You may proceed to wrap up, Senator.
Thank you so much. I wanted to talk a little bit about the public education part of it, because you spoke a little bit about you were advocating making sure you put out as much information as possible. Do you think that the information that's going to be put out to the public needs to be targeted? And when I say targeted, to not just one big grand message, almost like you zone in on, okay, this is what this is good for, this is this. What are your thoughts about doing a targeted campaign as it relates to public education?
I absolutely love the idea. I think that targeted campaigns are the most effective. For instance, responsible usage and knowledge amongst our community with our younger children. We don't want them getting mixed up in the mix of this legalization process and this transition for this emerging industry. So I think that the best thing to do is educate, starting from the youth. Even education could trickle over into jobs as well, because they know about it from a very young age. So as they get older, they might just become an investor, become a cultivator themselves. Okay. So education is key. I think targeted education is more effective than just a wide message.
Okay. Well, thank you for your poignant answers. My time has been called, so I'm going to let it go. I see the chairperson looking at me. But thank you very much. I will make my decision and vote affirmatively for you.
Thank you so much.
When we get an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. I look at everybody. I scan the room from this vantage point, and I'm looking at everyone. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., you still over in the Big Island?
Hi there.
All righty. You are recognized for your 4 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Ms. Liburd, thank you for your interest in this nomination. Is this something that you were interested in, or you were asked to serve on this? You wanted this, or you were asked to serve?
I was asked, and I was up for the challenge.
Very well. And tell me, in terms of, well, let me say that thank you for the data that you provided. I think it was well-researched data that you were able to provide to us. In your data analysis, was this done in the scope of your role in BER, or you did this just for the nomination?
This was done for the nomination. I particularly did a deep dive research into what policy looks like when it comes to cannabis usage around the U.S. states and territories that has it legal. I will say that my job skill set did help in the research, and it was a very enjoyable research, very informative.
Very well, very good job. In respect to your mindset research and data analysis, did you utilize a perspective of safety and rehabilitation in your thought processes, or this was purely done on the economic side of it?
This was purely done on the economic side of things. I am not a public safety expert, but I do consider perspectives such as that. If nominated, if appointed to this board, I would have a more robust conversation with my teammates, so my board members, to ask these type of questions to get a little bit more clarity on what you're asking me.
All right, you speculating on my questions, right? Because obviously I'm concerned. Have always been my position. Have always been on this track was in regards to safety and the rehabilitation program. So just kind of picking your brains to see exactly what your research reveal on that. So tell me, in your research, though, I noticed that you started or you jumped from the age of millennials. Did you come across any data in regards to the underage or under 18 use of the cannabis?
Senator, no, I did not come across any data. I was not looking at that demographic in particular, but I'll be more than happy to do a deep dive on that information to you at a later time.
Do you have concern with that perspective?
Yes, I do. And as I mentioned to the senator prior, it's very important to educate. I do believe education is extremely important in the regulation of cannabis and to make sure that we safely transition this emerging industry into an economic driver for the territory.
Did your research data analysis made any reference or were you able to come across anything where there's this notion that the cannabis industry in the Virgin Islands, that train have already left the station? How would you respond to that?
I don't think that this train has left the station. I just think it's a little slow to taking off. Just like everything else that's new and emerging, you run into hurdles, you run into challenges, but I don't foresee any of the hurdles and challenges something that can't be overcame with hard work and persistence.
Very well. And in regards to the economics of it, I know that initially there was a talk about it perhaps being 40 million. I think that went down to 30. At some point it went down to 20. And I think it hover right now around the $10 million revenues that could be collected on this. What is the data showing from your perspective in terms of economics?
To my understanding for the USVI, there is no data on the industry that I could make inference of such, but what I could say, it seems promising. To my understanding, when I was doing my research, there have been applications that are already been filled out, and people are extremely interested in this industry. So I foresee it, it's gonna do okay, but once we stay persistent and make data-driven decisions and recommendations around cannabis industry, I can see it surpassing and even picking up speed in revenue generation. But as of right now, because no sales have been made, no taxes have been collected, I really can't give you a definitive answer for that question.
Very well. I want to say that I think that you'll be a beautiful, a welcome addition to the advisory board in terms of your skill set, and I welcome you continue to do your research. Some of the areas in particular for me is safety, rehabilitation, and the youth usage of the cannabis. I'll be interested to see what your data is able, on your research, was derived from that data collection or data analysis. Thank you very much. And I don't have a vote in this committee, but certainly in the full session, I would be voting in the affirmative because I think you're a good addition to the advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
And thank you, Senator Francis, for those very deeply thoughtful line of questioning. It is important that we shore up and to demonstrate that you have the capacity to fill the position of the economist advisor on the Cannabis Advisory Board. At this time, the chair will recognize my vice chair and acting Senate President, Senator Kenneth Gittins, for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Liburd, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You nervous?
All depends.
You should be accustomed to the stage by now, right? I asked you that because you said when you're nominated to the board, you were nominated already. That's what you hear.
Yes, I did stumble up a little
Right?
bit. I did.
So,
Thank you for pointing that out.
I just want you to be relaxed a little bit.
Okay, thank you for that.
But I know you're accustomed to the stage.
Yes.
Everybody already gave you a little kudos and whatnot. You know which direction are you going, I know. So thank you, first of all, for accepting the nomination. And any nominee that comes before us, I look at two things: qualifications and suitability. I have no questions towards your qualifications. With your analytical skills, you're data-driven and whatnot, why they're looking at you for this board. My concern was, and I don't believe, you're no longer serving as the acting director of the Bureau.
No, I'm not, Senator.
Okay. So that was my concern as well, especially to be seated in that office and then to be placed on the board, because I'm looking at independence and objectivity. But I am going to still ask, especially given your current position still within the Bureau of Economic Research, it is?
Yes, that's correct.
How will you ensure that your decisions as a member of the Cannabis Board are made independently of the administration's policy agenda?
Thank you for the question, Senator. To answer your question, any data that I compile or work on is always data-driven, and the data speaks for itself. Whether the outcome is in favor or not in favor of the person that may be requesting the information, it is my responsibility to preserve the integrity of the data. And it's my responsibility to make sure that the territory has the best outcome from data-driven decision-making. That is correct data practices, and I take my job extremely seriously.
You're convincing me already.
Great.
Good response. Because, and I'm going to be frank, I've had people that come here before us, and I waiting for them to come back to get renominated because they can't get my vote, because I will always ask whether or not they can make independent decisions outside of that total and obvious influence of the administration. And I have seen at least one or two that showed me that they lied to me bold-faced. And I was waiting for them to get renominated, but they never came back. So that was good. Now, on the other side, as someone who may later be involved in data analysis, funding decisions, or performance evaluations that could relate to the Cannabis Board in which you're nominated to serve on, how do you plan to prevent any real or perceived conflict of interest, essentially avoiding a situation where you might be evaluating or influencing your own work?
Time.
Transparency is extremely important. I do believe that when you share information with others, you have a more you have a broader perspective in decision making. So I do believe in discussing whatever information, trend analysis, forecasting, revenue models. I believe in exchanging ideas, with different minds. Because if everyone is on the same page saying the same thing, there's no change that's going to be had. So I do believe like a diverse board with diverse ideas is the best outcome for any type of result for progression in this industry. So transparency and communication, to answer your question.
Excellent. And time, Carl, so I wouldn't even go to the third question that I had for you. I would leave it alone because you have convinced me I'm comfortable enough with your suitability to serve on this. And this will probably be the last time you have any interaction with me with this subject matter because I avoid it to the fullest. And the reason I avoid it is because I am very disappointed in us as a government that I sat right here in this body, coming from a law enforcement background, and sat right here in this body, supported decriminalization. And to this date, I haven't seen a citation written for one marijuana yet. People smoking all over the place as if this thing is outright legalized, and it is not.
Okay.
Then we moved from decriminalization and went to medicinal. And we can't get our act together yet. So I am just totally disappointed. And I am of the belief that when they get an act together, then we could have a discussion. But enforcement is key.
Agreed.
And I'm not seeing that. But I wish you best of luck on this advisory board.
And
Thank you.
And Senator, also, when you're going through changes, things move a little slow sometimes, so we have to be optimistic. I understand the disappointment, but we have to be optimistic.
And I like that positivity, that thinking, right? Now, I wish I had my data to tell you what date we went back to the decriminalization, why I'm disappointed today, 2025.
Understood.
Because this was before 2020.
We're gonna make some strides. Teamwork.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And best wishes, best of luck on this board.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're not finished.
I'm sorry. And I meant to say that I would give the administration some kudos today, too, because I was waiting until after I heard from you to then make my statement. But obviously, he sent 4 powerful women down here today. So I want to thank them for that and tell the people of the Virgin Islands, my son, we got to look out, my son, because the women taking a stance in this place now,
Girl power.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair and Acting Senate President. I'm wondering if that's a sign of the times and what's to come. I just want to say, Ms. Liburd, I was impressed. I've known you for a number of years, and I'm going to put it out there. Not that that has influenced me. I've known you since you were young. You graduated the same year as my eldest daughter from Charlotte Amalie High School, class of 2005.
Yes, ma'am.
2005. I've known you and known your father, your mother, your son,
Yes.
okay, and your sister. I really am impressed with your testimony. I'm impressed with your responses. I'm impressed that we still have you here in the Virgin Islands and you haven't left. I'm impressed that you stayed for a young person. You stayed with this entity, the Bureau of Economic Research, for 20 years. And that's a testament to your commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. You could have gone anywhere with all of that wealth of experience and your background, but you chose correctly to stay home and to give back to your home, which has nurtured, supported you throughout. And so, as a young person, I'm just going to implore you and hopefully encourage you to keep on moving on and just do the very best that you can. Hard work does pay off, especially for us women. It does pay off. Okay? So I do have some questions for you, outside of what my colleagues ask. And my most critical question is, because you mentioned slowly, we have seen that we have endured and suffered hurricanes, natural disasters, and this pandemic that we just came out of. And this emerging industry, as you correctly called it, can be adversely impacted by those things. And even extreme heat. Sometimes we have droughts. What do you think can be done? I know this may not be your expertise because it's more about, you're more about economics and data, to help us to address these vulnerable environmental issues that we may encounter here in the Virgin Islands, which could adversely affect the flourishing and set us back even further of this industry, this emerging industry?
To answer your question, Senator, I do believe that the medical avenue is the best avenue to go. However, to answer your question, this is where pivoting and looking at other alternatives come in when it comes to the cannabis industry. So I do believe that with the weather impacts and socioeconomic impacts, it's good to look at different ways of cultivating. At that time, maybe we could lean a little bit more on hemp and start more manufacturing and production and create actual products that can be sold, that can't be damaged by a hurricane, and that could actually be exported off the island for revenue generation.
I really like that answer because it looks about diversifying. We know that hemp could be used in different ways and means, and it grows really quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a quick growing plant. I would put it out there, I'm not the biggest supporter of it for non-medicinal use. I do know of persons who use it for medicinal use, even now, and it has helped them, especially when they are going through debilitating pain.
Right.
It's a safe way to really address some of those pain issues, especially too for persons who have glaucoma. What infrastructure improvements you think that we would need here in the Virgin Islands to support the growth of the cannabis industry in the territory? Infrastructure, roads, water, whatever, those like.
I'm thinking the water. I could see that be challenged, especially on St. Thomas, because we have such a hilly landscape. So again, I would have to do a lot more research to answer that question thoroughly, but as of right now, maybe most dispensaries in terms of cultivating should be indoor, should have an option between outdoor and indoor, just so when economic situations such as hurricanes or any type of impacts happen, we have an alternative, place to go ahead and continue cultivation.
Okay, and my final question. What steps would you take to strengthen the Office of Cannabis Regulation, the OCR, and address staffing and regulatory delays? I mean, we don't have any delays yet because we don't have anything in place.
Right.
But what steps would you take to actually strengthen the Office of cannabis regulation?
I do, again, I'm back with my portal. I do believe that accessibility and education, ease of access is extremely important. I do think that once that portal is up and running and we have data that we can analyze and make predictions as to how to moving forward from that, that would be extremely helpful. But for as of right now, I think that streamlining the portal process would really aid in the infrastructure of the cannabis industry right now. I think streamlining the process is extremely important.
And when you're saying streamlining, you want to expound based on your research? Because I know you've already had some conversations. You
Yes,
don't
I
go
have.
in this blindly, not when you are a data-driven, decision-making person. You have already done your research. You want to give us a little peep into what you're thinking?
Yes. So I'm thinking along the lines of a transparency website. So every time a cultivator is interested in investing in this industry, you go into this portal and the information on the back end is available to our partners or stakeholders behind the cannabis office, and also transparent to the individuals who is investing into the industry.
Okay. Thank you so much for your responses. Colleagues, do we have any other burning questions for Ms. Liburd? Motion, Senator Angel Volquez Jr., you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Ms. Bernesha B. Liburd, the governor's nominee for the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
The governor's nominee, Ms. Bernesha B. Liburd for the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board, has been properly moved by Senator Angel Volquez Jr., seconded by Senator Avery Lewis, Clifford A. Joseph Sr., and Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call on the governor's nominee of Ms. Bernesha B. Liburd to the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board.
Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr. Senator Volquez Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee, Ms. Bernesha B. Liburd to the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. Thank you so much, Ms. Liburd, and we will now afford you 30 seconds to make some closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say thank you to God for giving me the encouragement, the drive, and the persistence to continue in my role at the Bureau of Economic Research through all my hurdles. Additionally, of course, I would like to thank Albert Bryan and Tregenza Roach, Governor and Lieutenant Governor, for having this faith in me to be in this role. My parents, Bernard and Bernadine Liburd, thank you, thank you, thank you for your undying, unwavering love. And to my son, I have a teenager in high school. Look, mommy did it. So thank you so much to this body.
And thank you so much, Ms. Liburd. You are released from your presentation and testimony before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading the 5 bills that we have on the agenda into the record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bills rather.
Block 5. Bill number 36-0044, a resolution honoring and commending 7-year-old twin brothers Cruz and Stephon Wilson for their heroic efforts and courage displayed when saving a drowning man at Magens Bay Beach, for their exemplary conduct as young members of the community. Sponsored by Senators Angel L. Bokes Jr. and Carla J. Joseph. Bill number 36-0075, a resolution honoring and commending Austin A. Vinson posthumously for his unwavering commitment to music education and the arts through his work in the classroom, conducting private music lessons on the concert stage, and by bringing Virgin Islanders together in choirs, bands, and community events to foster camaraderie, collaboration, and cultural enrichment. Sponsored by Senators Ray Fonseca and Carla J. Joseph. Bill number 36-0148, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, by mandating that the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission implement an electronic payment system, sponsored by Senator Kirk A. Viale. Bill number 36-0086, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, the Caregivers Leave Act, sponsored by Senators Novelle E. Francis and Carla J. Joseph. Bill number 36-0196, an act appropriating excess debt service reserve. An act appropriating excess debt service reserve funds for certain capital project in the territory and appropriating $2 million from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter, Marvin A. Blyden, and Carla J. Joseph by request of the governor. Bill number 36-0135, an act amending Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 294, regarding expedited building permits for the developers, sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. These bills, these 6 bills, have been properly vetted with testifiers in the committees of jurisdiction. And given that, we are not going to have any debate time on any of the bills because they have been properly vetted. Do I hear a motion? Senator Angel Volquez Jr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to waive the debate time on. Oh.
Motion. No, you have to first. Are you going to withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Volquez. Motion, Mr. Secretary Avery Lewis.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 36-044, a resolution honoring and commending 7-year-old twin brothers, Croix and Stefan Wilson, for their heroic efforts and courage displayed when saving a drowning man at Magens Bay Beach, and for their exemplary conduct as young members of the committee. That this bill be voted favorably in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36-0044 has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senators Joseph, Senior, and Volquez. Roll call on bill number 36-0044.
Senator Avery L. Lewis, Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr. Yay. Senator Volquez Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.?
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis?
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0044, a resolution honoring and commending 7-year-old twin brothers, Cruz and Stefan Wilson, for their heroic efforts and courage displayed when saving a drowning man at Magens Bay Beach, and for their exemplary conduct as young members of the committee, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration.
Motion.
Senator Volquez Jr., you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 36-0075, a resolution honoring and commending Austin A. Venzen posthumously for his unwavering commitment to music education and the arts through his work in the classrooms, conducting private music lessons on the concert stages, and by bringing Virgin Islanders together in choirs, bands, and community events to foster camaraderie, collaboration, and cultural enrichment, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. The measure, Bill number 36-0075 was properly moved by Senator Angel Volquez Jr. and second by Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Roll call.
Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Volquez Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yay.
Senator Gittens yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr. yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton B. Potter absent. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Bill number 36-0075 has been voted upon favorably and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 36-0148, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, by mandating that the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission implement an electronic payment system, and that it be favorably moved from this committee to the full body. I so move.
Bill number 36-0148 was properly moved by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and seconded by Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Roll call on Bill number 36-0148.
Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Volquez Jr. yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr. yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton E. Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 6.
Excuse me?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you. I wanted to bring my bass and my voice in enough. Bill number 36-0148 was properly moved and will be forwarded to the full body.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you recognize?
Yes, I move Bill number 36-0086, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, the Caregivers Leave Act, be favorably voted upon by this committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded on to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36-0086 has been properly moved by Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. and seconded by Senator Avery Lewis and Kenneth Gittens. Roll call on Bill number 36-0086.
Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Volquez Jr. yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr. yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis yay. Senator Milton E. Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0086, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 590B, the Caregivers Leave Act, has been voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. Senator Avery Lewis, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, today. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 36-0196, an act appropriating excess debt service reserve funds for certain capital projects in the territory and appropriating $2 million from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund. Be voted upon favorably in this committee, Rules and Judiciary, and forwarded to the full body for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
Bill number 36-0196 has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senators Gittins, Heiliger, and Joseph Sr. Roll call on Bill number 36-0196.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Yay. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0196, an act appropriating excess debt service reserve funds for certain capital projects in the territory and appropriating $2 million from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration.
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 36-594, which was circulated. Amendment to Bill number 36-0135, offered by yours truly, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Bill number 36-0135 is amended as follows. 1. In paragraph 2, lines 10 to 11, strike, open quote, the applicable fee in full, close quote, and insert, open quote, the entire plan review fee in full and 75% of the total permit fee, close quote. 2. Insert the following language after process, open quote, the balance of the permit fee subject to recalculation by DPNR must be paid upon receipt of the permit, close quote. And 3, strike paragraph 4. I so move.
Second.
Amendment number 36-594 has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins and seconded by Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. and Bocas. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 36-0135, as amended, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 294, regarding expedited building permits for developers, be voted upon favorably here in this Rules and Judiciary Committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Yes, I so move.
Bill number 36-0135, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins, seconded by Senators Joseph Sr. and Bocas Jr. Roll call on Bill number 36-0135, as amended.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Yeah. Senator Bolkers Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0135, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 294, regarding expedited building permits for developers, as amended, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. Colleagues, this concludes our agenda for today. You have been doing an awesome job. We had a great opportunity to ask questions of the governor's 4 nominees to various positions, 2 of which are to the judicial branch in the Superior Court. And we have also been able to dispense with 6 bills. I want to thank our media. I want to thank all members of our central staff, to include legal counsel, sergeant of arms, also the protocol officers. I want to also thank my committee members for being here to do the people's business. Finally, I would like to thank my hardworking staff for the work that you do so seamlessly in carrying out your duties to assure that everything runs smoothly on this day. Finally, I want to make note that my office is having a town hall meeting and is scheduled for Sunday, November 16th, and it begins at November 16th, and it begins at 1 o'clock at the Bodo Farmers Market. I invite everyone, and it's to discuss the upcoming solar project in Fortuna, Bordeaux area. So I'm inviting the whole public, especially the residents in that western end of the island, to attend. Thank you so much, members. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting for Thursday, November 13, 2025 is hereby adjourned.